I don't know exactly what is pumping so much in terms of processing power and so on when I'm streaming, but something is hitting the fans as always. But nonetheless, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday. We have some officially we have some things to review, but we don't have access to it, so I don't know how we're gonna do that. That's gonna be a bit of a weird one. Uh, we have some potential news for Yolka. I made some teeny tiny changes, including some theming change that I don't know if I want to keep. That is the current state of my brain. I don't know. And then as the title of the stream implies, we have to make a decision. Today is officially the last official, like last day of the week of the attempt for the new schedule time. We're going to go over the data and the stuff that we have captured for the past 3 months and see how that goes. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. It doesn't seem that good, which means that there might be some changes happening to the stream very soon. We will see about that in about, I don't know, 30 minutes maybe. It depends. Um but yeah, that is the today. We don't have a lot of other things. Perfume has received an update which simplify some of the features. I think I'm gonna go there directly. It's gonna be faster and easier. Sturdy, high, feels high, both at the same time. Um, that's the thing. So also thank you, appreciate it, Chris. Welcome on in. So current teeny tiny changes that just happened when you are looking for a perfume to add to your collection, and you don't have anything that just makes sense, you arrive here. It 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 gives you that input, and in the previous version, you still had the search option in the name, which was re-triggering the main page that you were in a second ago, so it makes absolutely no sense. So I removed that, which makes a lot more sense than earlier. We still have some glitches in the loading of the database, which I don't like, and I will see if I can fix that soon. But yeah, that's a bit of a teeny tiny change. Other than that, the rest is exactly the same. The wish list has been a bit updated, just a smidge, for the same reason. Basically, when you're looking for something and in the adding to your collection, you have an option from here to add multiple perfumes at once. So you would end up with the ability to just say, well, I have like 6 perfume from the same brand, right away, because I just got like a discovery test and or discovery kit, and therefore there is anything. This is not the wish list. The wish list is usually one by one, so I made sure that this was the case. Now it's a true one by one, and that's good. Other than that, the changes, most of the changes for every of the updates are in the top button that you don't have access to because you're not an admin. So you don't care about that. But yeah, at the top, basically, there is the admin section with the admin tools that I can import and change the data of the database from my phone directly, and that has been updated. That's the thing. That's basically the only thing that has happened. I haven't checked my March review. I won 35 perfume. The main one was Tihota, which makes a lot of sense. I wore it way more than 4 times. These ones are the highest rated. This is a good one, but it's kind of empty now, which is really sad. This is very clean aesthetic. Um, I don't know if I like this section. I think I should change stuff about it because it looks fine, but it's not good. Everything was sweet. I see. 16 new perfume this month and 35 in total. God damn. That's a lot. That is a lot. 4 months. Anywho, small details. Small details. We have. I think I'm gonna do these in order because it makes more sense to have more people to talk about this, but also, debatable. Um, Feels I have stuff for you. Kinda, not really, but kinda. I don't think I will be able to launch at the same time. I mean, having the fucking code happening at the same time. Unless it just breaks. We'll see. We'll see in a split second. So I have made teeny tiny changes when it comes to the transition for the scroll right here. That fade transition at the top and bottom of the scroll views is now added to any scroll view as a modifier that is top level. So we have like scroll fade type of situation, which can be added to any scroll view, and it's added by default. So that's a teeny tiny change. It makes it a bit more soft and smoother overall. So I do like that. I have made the profile picture with the masking thing that I talked about last time. Because we only did that for the server, and so now I did that for the profile picture here and here, which makes a lot of sense. Same thing within the DM. Uh, Made some changes here to have properly like dual, at least two of the people that are in the group to be displayed, and same with the status. I don't know why this one isn't doing its job, but it isn't, so I need to fix that. But that's a tiny thing. You don't care about that. It doesn't really matter. Um, so that is changed. And then the thing that I've been working on for the past 2 days is the theme in the background. So you'll see that now I've moved the orbs from their position to the outside of the view. So basically they will be coming from the outside and going outside of the viewport if you are switching in between like a server that has the orbs and a server that doesn't. And they go a bit fast, and I asked if they something changed in the transition, but apparently not. But it still feels like really fast compared to before, so I don't really know how that needs to happen. The main issue that I have is I think the positioning based on the fake hierarchy of the orbs, as in there is 1, 2, and 3, and they are not like just orbs at the same level. So that's a small detail I'm not sure how to fix. But most importantly, I made some changes here. And right now, you don't know what I changed. And that's fine. But as soon as I click on one of them, you may see you may see something has changed. So from here, what I did is add a hue specific wheel around the orb in question, and then using the Photoshop behavior of scroll to resize, you can have more or less color on the orb in question that you are currently manipulating. So if you wanted something that was very big or very small, that's an option. The only thing that I don't like about that is that the orbs, when you look at them, they are not they're not circular. They have a bit of an ellipsis shape to them, and I don't know how to fix that. And in the background, it doesn't seem like that's the case, so I don't know if it's like the window resizing or something else that is kind of broken. But yeah, nonetheless, this is a pretty interesting behavior. The only issue that I have with it is that it has, again, the hierarchy of like placement. That means that orbs number three, which is the third one that is placed on top of everything, is always going to kind of overpower the rest of the other two. So if I go with like a yellow here and a yellow here, it's gonna be okay, but it's gonna be a muddy kind of pink E because it shifts the hue um, a bit. Like this one is just taking over everything. So you, in some cases it will work, in other cases it won't work, but it's just like for now I'm making sure that the thing is feasible with a bit of a neat transitions stuff that you can have like a customized theme. But yeah, I haven't pushed that to GitHub yet because I don't like some of it. I don't like I don't like the hue selector. I think that this is bad. It's okay, but I feel like the creation is really bad. And it's fine though. But yeah. So you don't have access to this. I know that you have, like, I have three things that are supposed to go up, which is some of the small detail I just talked about that needs to be pushed, and then that new theme picker thing that I don't know if I want to keep. I don't mind it, but I feel like there is a lot of issues with it. Placement wise, behavior wise, it's okay, but it's not great. So yeah. And I looked at aspect ratio, and it doesn't, like, basically the orb itself is an orb. It's not like a, let me rephrase that. The orb is not a circle. The orb is a radial gradient. So basically what happens is we have something, also this is just fun for me, but don't worry about it. We have something that looks like this, which is the background, and then on top of it we have a radial gradient right here. And so what's happening is that it is not a true circle, meaning that, you know, if I do that, it's going to be the exact same thing instead of doing this. So that dot, which I don't really know how to manage this thing in CSS, is the reason. Like, we have the orbs, and that's basically what it's doing. It's just like initial point and size, and then when you move it, it moves the entire thing all at once. So that's a simple thing, but that's that thing, and I don't know how that value is changed in CSS. So because it's not given to me here either. So that's the eh eh. I have no clue. Other than that, it's fine. It's an okay thing. The selector needs to be a bit better than what it is right now, and you can still have things that are just small and simple and good placement and so on, you know, like that. But yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's a, this is something that I've said many times. If it's a feature that is available in Figma and not in code, it makes no sense to have it in Figma. If it's like available in one type of code, why not? But also not. Uh, like, please don't. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it. And it works fine-ish on light mode. I had to make some changes here and there, but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That's just what it is. It's just okay. Nothing more than that. So yeah, there is something interesting about it. I feel like it's a cool concept. The scroll is the issue for me. I don't think scroll to change size is something that most people are aware of, like I am, because I've been raised on Photoshop and other design tools that use the exact same pattern. But for a lot of people that have never seen any of it, it just makes no sense. So I don't know. I I'm questioning maybe that's gonna go away. And I also want to have like a click again to unselect something so that you can see where you are and what you're doing. But yeah, it's working though. That's what matters, I think. At least for me, that is what matters. Um, it's fine. It's fine. Most people don't navigate from server to server uh, that fast, anyways. Like we are testing things, and therefore, shit happens. But yeah, the small details that we talked about last time, which is the addition of the proper animation. I think if I zoom in, it's going to be a bit more visible. So you have like a is this something that makes sense? Yes. You have the transition of the mask, so you have a bit of a clipping path that is very sharp in the beginning, but then it's just smooth all around. So that's okay. Not the best, but it's okay. Same thing on the other side. It's just smooth. So it's similar to the vertical scroll elements that we have right there and right here. But it's fine. It's fine. It is good. It's working, which is the goal. So yeah, other than that, that's the only thing that I changed. And for your question of can we make one with avatars, I think I think that's the next step. This is what is missing. We need to have server with an image and profile with an image as well. I'm also guessing that the profile banner is something that is going to be necessary. Not that I like the idea, but in order to remain close to like Discord thing, we're gonna need to have something that is similar to what we have. Um, I think I put that here. I think, as far as I remember, it's either here or on can. It is the Kyoto page number 1. So yeah, I feel like having a banner is going to be something that people are going to want to have. Um, Probably, but I don't know, and we'll see about that. One of the things that I also don't really know, like, yeah, I don't know. um, based on the user target that you have and or the official feature of Yolko, uh, it will attract a different target. So, Kyoto and Discord are a lot more social than what you would expect from something that is focused on security and privacy. And therefore, I don't know if the design needs to be as friendly as it is currently. It's already less friendly than Discord and less friendly than Kyoto. So that's a thing already, which is a good difference. But based on the fact that the target user is going to be power users and privacy focused um, people, it might not be a good idea to go in the too friendliness thing. So I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, that's the current state. Um, where I currently am, it's working though. So that's the thing. So we need two things. We have that seem to go from color to black or white, and we need them to go from color to color and 0% opacity. I think. I'm also running on Sonnet, and that's a non-working model. So, yeah. No, that's not what I said. uh, hmm, we'll see. We will see. We'll see if that helps with the transition. I have doubts. I can't. I mean, it doesn't run right now, so obviously it's not gonna work. But I fear that if I do that, the stream is gonna die. So we're gonna see. Maybe it's gonna die. Maybe it's gonna be bad. Maybe it's gonna be bad. I don't know. I do not know. Um, that seems better. That seems like a better blending in between them. We still have some of the darkness that happens at some edges. You can see the cuts when they are kind of tiny, but overall, it's kind of fine. But yeah, you have like the overlap of colors, which we don't care about. And now the radial gradient. I'm gonna say aspect ratio, but I don't think that's the thing. Isn't 1 by 1. We'll see if that helps. If it does, then yeah. I know that the last time that I tried to fix that, it absolutely broke the whole system. So I don't know. I don't know. See what I said? I don't know why. It's just changing something that like right here. Like that change right there is making everything break. And that change right here, which is the same, just doesn't want to I don't get it. At least we can see that these things are truly transparent, which is good. That's a good placement. Good time to see that. Yeah, and now the preview is not. Got they. That. Oh. Hmm. Nothing makes sense. It seems to be more fluid than earlier, which is interesting. Pot, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's your day going? I don't like it. I made some changes to some of the overlays, um, sound alert stuff earlier today, and I haven't touched them just yet. That seems to be more circular orbs. They are like so fidgety now because it's just the distance in between things. So I'm really interested in seeing how that looks around here for the distance, because I mean, it doesn't seem to be placed exactly where it needs to be placed, but it does. Eh, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. See, that makes absolutely no sense. That is way too yellow to work with this thing. And then here, because we are going to green with this one that is overlapping, and this one being overlapping this as well, the green is not flying through. So you really have to manage your theming here to something that makes more sense. I think the default are going to be fine 90% of the time. The only one that we don't have is a gray, like the one that I have here on Arc, which is a gradient from top being kind of lighter, bottom being darker overall, even if I switch themes or themes mode. Yeah, I feel like this is cute. The only issue that we have now is the readability of these things at the top, which are like kind of not as readable as they need to be. So I think it's fine, specifically if you have colors that are like very light right around here. So the no themes right there is fine. It's not the most accessible thing, but it's fine. And then I also would love to have some texture, so having some noise patterns in the background would help. But that's like, for some reason, it's processing intensive. And that makes no sense. Yeah. Maybe the issue is because it's tinier around here. So yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. The server icon to use an image and the profile picture to also use an image. Going back to what I said earlier, I don't think that this is a good idea to do somewhere around here because this is mostly a prototype code thing. It's not going to be as good as if we have like the Rust backend working at the same time. So I doubt that this is a good feature to add, but it's gonna be useful to test anyways. So yeah, we'll see. I should have. You're right. You're right. I know you said that in your head, and you were about to say it. I should have committed the code before things changed. Too late. Too late. I don't know if that's gonna work. I feel like one of the things that I kind of want to do at some point, and that's like a later down the line situation, and I can't really do that right now, uh, would be that when I'm creating a server, so when I'm like, let's create a new server, and I select an image for the server icon, it's picking 3 points at random position that have different colors based on that server icon and define the theme based on that. So automatically, basically, it would just create and generate a theme in the background based on the server picture. And then if we have a cover at some point, which I doubt, but potentially, actually have something similar as well. The same way that Stony has the backdrop used as sub backdrop when you're in the screensaver. So I feel like this is a pretty good option. Sometimes, unless your server icon is just like purely white, in which case it will be kind of complicated to have like something like this, for example. Well, you don't have a lot of options around here. Like it's either black on white. This one may have like 3 colors, which is an option. This is gonna be mostly red. This one from Pot is gonna be mostly green, mostly purple. Brain. Am I colorblind now? That makes no sense. So, you know, like it could work. Having a bit of a tan plus yellow thing for that server could be cool. But yeah. Going back to what I said last Wednesday, I forgot. I don't know how you could, and I'm sure you could, but I don't know how you could import servers from Discord. Like basically say, oh yeah, this is my Discord server, my existing Discord server, and I want to migrate. Here's the link. And then it just pulls the channels, the color scheme if there is a color scheme, the icon if there is an icon. If it could, that's kind of complex. If it could like send a message in general, if there is a general channel on that Discord to say, well, we're moving to Yolko instead, something like sending invites to the users on Discord directly. I know that's a lot of work, but it could be good. It could be good. This is taking so long. This is something that is supposed to be right there. I'm gonna wait before I try because that is probably gonna break. Yeah. Nonetheless, for the other things that we need to talk about, that is supposed to be somewhere around here, we officially today is the decision day based on everything that has happened in the past 3 months. So it's we make a decision based on the data if the stream is going to survive or not survive. That's basically what happens today. So for the past 3 months, from January 1st, roughly, we have been attempting a new schedule to see if we could achieve something, which is almost good, but it's not exactly at the level that I wanted to be. As we said, we wanted to have an average of 20 in the past 3 months, which is the 20 to 30 is the threshold for some sponsors to be able to provide something in return. So that's a negative point. The amount of followers is good. The amount of subscription is good. Right, 79 new followers, 77 subscriptions in the past 3 months. That makes a lot of sense. It's pretty fine. 180 hours of streams. That's good. But then you compare that to the previous 3 months, and I mean the 3 months where things happened because these ones don't count. And we were at 13, we were at 16 as well, at 15 most of the time. So there hasn't been enough change to basically say it is viable to continue, which is kind of sad. Um, but that's basically where we are with that data in question. I think I would need to get like a lot more in details when it comes to what happened, when it happens, what changed, and so on. But so far, doesn't look as good. So, what does that mean? That means that either the schedule is changing again. I know that some people around here would be happy with that. Um, or the stream is ending, which is also an option. Would allow me to do a lot more stuff and focus on a lot of other things that I can't really do on stream. But we don't know. It depends basically on me mostly, but also on you. I don't. I will make a decision based on how I feel about the thing, but also based on you as the viewers and what you want to have, and so on. So that's important. I don't think I have any of my profile picture. I don't think this is gonna work. This is a fucking yeah. This was an SVG. This is not gonna work. So I see the upload, but it doesn't upload the image. And now I see the image. And if I send a message, it's not the right image. Oh my god. The message don't. That's the first thing. And then when it comes to the settings of the server, you have the server icon that is here. And I'm guessing if I do that, which is really bad, but why not? Is this gonna save? Yes. Is this gonna be there? It is. It is. Yeah, that's the. I mean, there is that, but there is also some of the thing that I said, I think, on my stream number 2. Like, stream number 1 was an attempt which lasted for 35 minutes. And then I was kind of burned out on the fact that no one was there and, like first streams, very, very short. And now, as I said, like the first hour of the stream is usually just welcoming people in because, they just come in. It's very different. But most importantly for me, it's the fact that the stream that I'm doing is a design related stream, which means that the people that are going to be here are probably going to be designers or dev or people that are in the industry. And Twitch and other platforms like this are roughly catering to relaxing, doing other things than work. And if you leave your design job to go into a design stream, it's kind of weird. There's something about it that is kind of not necessarily good. So it's yeah, it's fine though. But yeah, it also is complicated. You have meetings, you have things that you are currently trying to achieve in your work that I'm working on at the same time. So I can help, but also not necessarily something that you can disclose. So, it's it's complicated. I get it. I get it. Still doesn't work. Let me rebuild. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Yep. I I'm gonna stop now. I think I made a mistake. I'm gonna go back here. I have a feeling that maybe this thing hasn't been saved based on uh, the changes from earlier. This is so bad. This so bad. So now that has changed. Now this it is here. Cool. Um, yes. Okay. So it is working. I guess for both, I need to check in DMs, and my profile picture has been replaced, which is good. What else do we need to do with the profile picture server icon thing? Right now, because I'm using a very transparent image, which I think is not here. It's probably somewhere around the documents. It doesn't really matter where it is, but we're using that, which is a nice perfume, by the way. It is transparent, and therefore it will shine through with the color the user has selected, but that's not something that you can select anymore, at least not here. You select it here, I guess. And now that's blue, but it's not working at the same time. So I don't really know where that needs to be changed. I think the profile settings need to be combined, probably, with open day. Like my account, profiles, and potentially, yeah, no, my account and profiles is probably I do remember that we did the beginning with Claude, and now it would probably go faster if we had Kimi do this, because this is just like a small change here and there. Um, but probably. Morgan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Thanks a lot for the three stream streak. Welcome back. How was your week? How's the day going? How's everything? Also, that's your first message, which is impressive. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's interesting. That's wild. That is a wild thing that you have a three stream streak before you have the first message. Impressive. Marmalade, welcome on in. How's the day going? How's the week so far? Design is bad. Design is really bad. And today I'm extremely tired. As you can probably tell. I don't know what happened. Maybe you know, the full moon. But I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, you mean the thing that doesn't exist? I highly like it. So, for the people that don't know, also, why is that here? I have received a notification um, right there, which is talking about the fact that now Cursor has a design mode. And, you know, you can highlight things and click on stuff and ask the assistant and AI to do shit for you, which is, you know, it's fine. It's an ID. It's not good, but it's an ID. And so they say that it's on Shift Command D to trigger the design section. And it only exists in the agent windows, I'm guessing, right? That new thing. However, this is gonna be something that I don't want to have, mainly because that is a prompt and forget environment, meaning that I can be right here, for example, and ask for stuff, and it's gonna do, the agents are gonna do stuff, and so on. But it is not going to provide the output that I wanted to provide and give me the code visuals, the diff and so on. Like you have the diff right here, but it's basically the same thing as if I stayed there, it would be the same thing. So I don't really like this. Nonetheless, the design section is the same as this. It's the exact same behavior where I'm like, well, this thing, and then I prompt it for what it is. As mentioned, this is fine, but it's also really bad because you are burning credits, which I've been talking about that. They want you to burn as much credit as possible because they are making you pay per request. So obviously, the more you use, the better it is for them. So I don't like that. And overall, it's this is kind of bad. Like if you can't specify where the thing is, like for example, right now we need to change this entire section like this. This whole my account section makes absolutely no sense. The fact that the display name and username and an email are all together where you should have something that is closer to what Discord has, whatever. If I can't say that we want to change the card that is at the top to contain everything, including the description, including the color picker, including like the other thing that needs to happen on the account, and I can't like do that, it's yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna be good. I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. So overall, I do feel like it's going into the right direction, but it's not good enough yet. The only thing that I want to have is pencil within cursor, because the thing that I have most of the time is going to be something along the line of that color needs to change. And so if I have to do, click on the thing, prompt the agent to say, oh, you are not using the correct yellow on this one. Like, isn't it easier for me to just click on the thing, change the color, and then press enter, and it changed the code? Like, without having to go through the agentic process of finding where the thing is and so on. And so Pencil is doing that. Framer is doing that. Figma is doing that. And so, like, again, burning through tokens is what they do, or what they want you to do, nonetheless. So, yeah, I don't like it. What? I get it. I get it. What do we have in the profile? Because I know that this is probably going to be a good base for what we have or what we want. So, my profile. If we started with something like this, I don't think that would work. I mean, we have the cover, we have the information underneath, but we don't have the styling. Let's look for Discord layout. We should have one. We don't have it, but we should have one. I'm gonna go in the community to check that. Do I say Discord profile? That might be better. That might be better. Oh, that's just a fucking preview. Sorry, my bad. I said nothing. Forget about it. Forget about it. I just want to see how it looks within the Discord interface. And I don't think it's gonna give me anything anyways. Like, that is basically what I want. Nothing more than that. This is yeah, it is bright because my profile picture is bright. If your profile picture is kind of darker than this, which is like most people, you end up with a darker theme. But then again, you also have people that do this, like Stony. I don't get it. But yeah, I also want this. That's a lot of stuff. I don't mind. I can tell. I don't mind the concept of having a side by side thing. I do like this. I do like this layout a bit. Like it makes sense. Um, I don't know if the brain just connect the word that you're looking for. The juxtaposed redesign of this code contains that section. God damn. Yeah, you can't really get yourself the pricing like you can with Poke or Poke, you know? So, yeah, I it's sad. I looked at the pricing today. I went back to the pricings to see what was the potentially better option. Um, and yeah, maybe you need to create a new account, you know? Maybe it's something that happens in the beginning for your first account, and like, how can they know? How could they know? So if we had this as the base, and then you have another frame right here, which is supposed to be somewhere around here. So that with a stroke at 1 and probably 10% based on that color right here. I feel like, yeah, it's probably gonna be 10%. 10 to 8%. I'm gonna go 8% just for now. I've never seen that pop up though, which is fine. That makes sense. Yes. Yes. Of course. Of course. 140 apparently, which is an interesting thing to get like 141 in total because of the border that are added. So it's like a 139 in total. That's such a weird value. Such a weird value. That's going to be, we're going to use that grain. That's going to be fine. On top of that, we want something that looks like this. 130, yeah, 136. 136. That's gonna be white with one corner radius. We have everything. I feel like that value is probably like I was about to say 8. It is 8. That's a lot. 8-point stroke on the outside to get that entire thing around the profile picture. Based on my use cases, I would probably have the name, like username and so on, somewhere around here, and then the description somewhere around there. So that makes more sense. But then depending on the length of the description, I could see some people have different things based on what Cybersect, hi, welcome on, based on what Stony has right here. We can see things that are interesting, like you have styling in the description, and that's just the bubbles. So if you have a description that is bigger, I get it, which means that this section could go right there instead. I don't remember if this is... I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, the 21 would work if we just make it like flat. I don't like that, but that's fine. That is going to be regular, probably 16, probably 12, maybe 14. Maybe not, maybe exactly that. So you have the username, which is the plain and simple placement around here, and then you also have the alignment. So that's my probable alignments right here, and I feel like if we get the distance and we split that by 2, we should have something interesting, maybe? Or we can make it bigger. I feel like making it bigger make a bit of sense. The edit profile would be at the top. The rest would be somewhere else. Let's move that up. So, something like this would make more sense to me. With your name and your username, like actual username for the servers. Yeah. I would have the edit profile somewhere around here. I don't think the status on your own profile makes a lot of sense, unless you can change it from here, which is just fine. Yeah. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Did not expect that. I'm really unsure about this button, mainly because if you are here, you probably are editing your profile anyways. That's that is the reason why you're there in the first place. So, yeah. Nonetheless, nonetheless, the other one that I want to have is the palette. Did I call that swatch? I may have. I may have not. My mistake. Mm-hmm. God damn. Her content. If it's 8 at the top, let's say 8 as well here. It's not. I see. Basically, what I want to have here is simply, if you click on that, it expands the array of colors that are available, and then you can pick from one of the colors that we have as presets, which is like not much, but you know, if that's the only colors that we have, fine. I think it would be better to get that array here. Gives us a lot more flexibility. Boy, might be a bit too much. That might be a bit too much. I might just do that. Might just do that. Almost. Almost. If we replace the icon with that, that could work. Otherwise, I'm going to be at like 4 something, 5-ish to make this work. And guessing that I'm going to add an image, an icon on this. The probability of that being wider is pretty big. So I'm going to keep that and be good with it. So, first one is going to be red. Oh my god. If only Figma didn't like close the color selection every time. Oh my god. These are the ugliest color we could have. And that's another red. So we have 2 reds that can go the fuck away. Or we can add like another one in the middle. We'll see. Maybe that's it's a very simple thing. I have a feeling that if I do simplification of adding a white overlay at like 40% on top of each of the colors, we will end up with a better, more muted version of this thing. And then in dark mode, it would be a dark at 20%. That could work. That could expand. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It's okay. I'm refusing to do the designer thing right now. My brain just said, do the thing. It's gonna be fine. Do the thing. It's gonna be okay. It's exactly what you wanted to do. Do the thing. I might just do the thing anyways. So picture, cover, actions. Cover, technically it's the cover image. If we do that, the thing in question. The thing in question. I think a 120 is going to be probably the correct value here. And we just want that somewhere around here. We could go further up. I feel like somewhere around here is not a bad idea. This is a very designer thing to do. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Up there, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I'm gonna use black instead. That's a bit of a too dark. Change that. Move back to lightness. Bump the lightness. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm tired as fuck. I don't know why. I have absolutely no energy today compared to yesterday, which was fine. But also yesterday I did nothing, which was the goal. Yesterday was a rest day, like a real rest day. So I rested, and then today I have no fucking energy, so that is the sad part. I'm currently checking the profile version or profile section of Yolka, which is right here in the current state of things, and it looks like shit because that was a one shot from Kimmy on Friday, I think, and it's not great. So we need like a lot of rearranging here and there. So yeah, that's what I'm working on, and I'm using Discord's display as a base to see if the layout makes sense. I'm already changing shit because it makes more sense, but yeah. I feel like things needs to be bigger. For this to make sense. Yeah, maybe. Let me add an image in there. I'll do what I can. I can't do much though. But I'll see. No, I can't do that. I cannot do that. Hmm. Space is always good. Space is always good. Space is always a good idea. You know, makes sense. It makes sense. Based on the fact that we're using a transparency gradient for the background, there is a bit of an issue with that value right here. So I don't know if I want to change that to get my point right here to be like a 20%. The goal for that is to have like a better transition in between the border and the edge. And then here we could use a shadow to elevate it. But that would break what I just changed. It makes less sense. Wait. Something is pissing me off. I kind of want to do that. But this is bad placement. Unless we have other things to play with, but yeah, if you do that, then maybe it's just like depending on the username, and that's the reason why Discord doesn't do that, and why they have just the profile name underneath, because if you have like a very long username, right there you would be cropped at some point for sure. Here, the amount of characters that you need in order to get cropped is way bigger, so I get it. I get it. It does make sense, but then you end up with that kind of empty states or empty space, specifically when you don't have any of that. So going in with the regular behavior, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna move this down to crop the A, and then resize this and change that thing to be, nope, to be wrong key. Why is it not? God damn. To be, oh my god. I don't understand why my use of shortcuts is not working anymore. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's use space again. And then let's use, let's duplicate this, use that without the image, and create this with a radial gradient that goes from black to black at 0%, with this being the corner right here, and going as far as that element right there, probably. Or we do it the old-fashioned way and we go flat, which is an option. It could work. It could work. And then we use that and that. We'll mask it. It feels wrong. I'm not gonna lie, it feels wrong. It feels like not placed properly. In all variations. That's a username we know. That makes sense. One of them is the display name, the other one is the non-display name, so you end up with something that is a bit different. I do know that when you're on Discord, your @ is usually the same, but you may end up with this as an option, and that creates a bit of a shift in the layout, which I don't really like. I don't really like, but it's fine. Based on what we have changed, we have almost doubled the sizes of the font. Not almost, like it roughly is. So if we go back to something like 24, 26 right here for the name, and then 18 for the handle itself, we get something that is a bit better when it comes to the placements. It's still bad, I'm not gonna lie with that. It still isn't the greatest, but it's okay. Let's see if we can find a profile cards that we could have as a base. This one is pretty good, but it's not Discord like. It is the best one so far though, so that's kind of sad. It is the best option. The tags are good for roll, which I like. Mm-hmm. My God. I see things that I'm not supposed to see. Oh my God. Is this at least in the layout frame? No, it's a fucking group. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's gonna break. For sure. For sure. God damn. I see so much shit that is not supposed to have happened in that placement. Okay, so this thing in the center is not. Nothing is made properly. Oh my God. At least group them together. I don't know. That makes more sense. Let's hug content in the height. Let's hug content in the width, that we have the things properly aligned. We know that these two are probably gonna get the auto line height so that it kind of makes more sense. This one being like that tiny makes absolutely no sense to me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull that from here and bring it right there and change the color to white for both, that we have the thing with proper line height and so on. That one is fine. It's 19, which is debatable, but it's okay. I'm just gonna paste that right here and make sure that this thing is filling container instead. Remove that, that, that. Mm. Why? Uh, right. Board activity in wish list, which is kind of weird, but on friends we have Mutual friends, mutual servers, and something else. Activity. Which makes no sense to have as a number. But it could be interesting to get nonetheless. But even then, if we don't have this because it's not useful, that alone as a card for the profile makes a lot more sense to me. And having this at the top, like there, is an easier way to get the entire thing working. So not sure about the divider. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Just add something that is fine, but it's sorry. My bad. It's not supposed to happen like this. I feel like having the icon might be a bit of an interesting thing, but it's also not necessarily the best option. Same thing is the alignment and the placement and the understanding from people. That is the complex part. Because otherwise you just end up being like this, which is fine. But it's just fine, that's the thing. And we do have very much similar things. Do have colors, I think that's the might be the difference. The role status in front. We can do that. We can do that. The glow is a bad idea, but you know. Ah. Uh, I don't know. Maybe?
Person without status. Rejected member of society.
I mean, it does its job, so that's the start. That's a start. Would it make sense to have the roles within your profile? Maybe not. When you're looking at your own profile, I don't think seeing the roles makes any sense. But you know, we can see what we can do with this as a starting point. I'm gonna use Kimi instead of Sonnet for this. Um, and displaying the data related to said profile, but also providing a better preview of how others would see it. On click on the palette icon, it expand the colors options for the profile. And click on the edit button. We simply switch the display name, username, and about me into fields. See if that does anything. I think having the button to reset the avatar is going to be pretty good. Something that's going to be way better in terms of understanding what is in there currently selected, because right now we don't see shit, it's just gray. This is from two different things. The first one being we have the gray theme that is the default theme that is used within that thing. So because we refresh the pages, it reset to the grays. Obviously. Obviously. I'm really impressed by how it breaks everything every time when things are okay-ish and just need like a small push, but no. So that's the thing. I can upload the image that I need, and then if I change this, that is shit, but I get it. It should also change the profile picture. That's interesting. Yeah. I don't think that banner was just a color makes any sense. Um, like it's not good. So also, that's what I thought. I don't know how I knew that it was about to be broken, but God, they. Sorry, this is shit. But now it's blue. Why? Why is it blue? That's my question. On the user import a transparent PNG, the background seems to reset to blue. Also, the card doesn't respond to the light dark mode switch. See if we can do both at once. And then the last point is going to be changing the orientation of the inline color picker right here, because like that makes no sense. Cool. That's good. That's good as well. Um, and going back to the question from earlier about the design mode from, um, oh, that's so bad. From cursor, right here, these changes, for example, because I can explain where they need to be, it just makes more sense. It just makes more sense. Are they? Yeah, I think they are. All right, you have your email that is right there, which is fine. You can edit that. Maybe. Um, would, that's my question now. This is still displaying. Yeah. Oh, this is the same dilemma as earlier. I don't think what I'm about to ask is a good idea to do or a necessary thing to do anyways, because right now I'm seeing the fact that my username doesn't persist within things. It's you because it's me, which makes sense, but then here it's supposed to keep what I have made as changes, and I have a feeling that if I ask for this to be working, it's not gonna make any fucking sense at the end of the day, because I don't have the backend. Phil's has the backends, so they think it's just like a placement issues. Um, so that's fine. That's also good. Is this? Yeah, that's good. What do you mean? All yours. The back end? The coffee? The food? You didn't even send me something. God damn. Disappointed. I'm disappointed. The back end, I see. Information section. That is such a vague statement. Such a vague statement. That's so bad. You know, more calling. How are you? How's your week? How's your day? That seems to be a new emote. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are we dropping today? I don't think we do. I don't think we are dropping today. So much better. That's a very good input. For sure. For sure. Sure. Goddamn. Ugh. The fact that I'm that tired and I have to take the medicine that makes me more tired than usual, I don't know how that's gonna go. I'm tired as fuck. That's what I am. It's maybe I'm just dying today. That's fine. That happens. Today's the day. Yeah. I mean, this one is slowing my heart rate down. And because of that, I'm getting tired. So, yeah. Ah, congrats. Congrats. The Gen 3 is good. The Gen 4, I guess I can call Gen 4 the ceramic one, is too bulky for me. I've seen so many people on videos having them, and I'm like, that looks even bigger than the regular Gen 3, so congrats on the replacement. As I said, I have like one here and another on the other side, and one on my finger. It just mine, I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. I forgot which one it was, but um this one was my second one. I think I sent them the first. This one was the third, and this one was the fourth one. The I like this one a lot because it has the heritage pointy tip instead of this one being flat. This one has an arrowhead thing, but it always fall to the side. I mean, they always all fall to the side, so that makes absolutely no sense. Also, that's absolutely not visible, not whatsoever. Yeah. Let's not work on it. So yeah, I don't mind them. The issue that I had with with the one that I sent back was um we ended up with uh a, a point, not really, but like a dot within the the inner ring that was the battery has inflated, and we ended up with the thing not charging whatsoever. So had to send them back. But this one was the perfect size, and then all the other two are like too small. I know. But congrats on getting the replacement. That's good. That's a good thing. These are Ura rings. Um, yeah, that's usually what happens. Like right now, I'm very much tempted in spending money, always, because the new one looks better, obviously. But, you know, it's expensive. they made them so expensive that I'm like, is it really worth it to upgrade? And they look so much bulkier than before. Mm. Mm. They track your sleep, they track your steps, they track your heart rates, blood pressure, kinda. Um, yeah. I just love this one because it's rose gold and it looks good, but it's also like 550, so look at it. Yeah, they do. I think when you go into ultra the ultra human ones, they are okay. Like they do look fine, at least to me they look okay. Because it's basically a copy of the Aura ring, so they have the exact same finish and so on. And so they are fine, and they are smaller, and they don't have to pay the subscription and so on. So I get it, but I don't know. It looks cheaper in a way. Like there is less work that has happened on this design based on the fact that it's just like flat compared to the Samsung Ring, for example. Um, this one, where if you look at the detail on it, the internet around here is really bad. Um, I don't know if we have like a bit of a side thing, kind of don't, but they have this interesting convex shape, which doesn't really make it more fitting. Like it's quite the opposite. But it's a very interesting design nonetheless. So I I don't mind this as an idea. But when you look at the difference in between this and that, like this one looks so much slimmer overall, even though it is the same size. Just like the internal are transparent right there. But then here it's not. So you end up with something that looks more bulky. But yeah, I don't know. Ultra humans are debatable, but they are basically the same price as the regular one. So I don't know about lunar rings either. Wasn't Luna the one for women's? Yes. Yes. Officially, they had like a thing that was more related to pregnancy and periods, if I remember correctly. Um, and then they had a bit of an issue with you have a voice enable with Luna. What the fuck? But yeah, no, that design is pretty cool. Not gonna lie, the effect in the center is pretty nice. It's the same case as the Samsung case. At the end of the day, it's the same shit every time. I mean, as someone that has both the Oura Ring from their initial launch to now, it's just everyone is a copy of Aura to me. Obviously, there was probably another one before that I didn't know about, and Aura is a copy of that. But yeah, nonetheless. Congrats on the replacement. Free replacement is good. Free replacement is good. I don't think I want to do that. If I change this and then I close that, my profile picture has changed. Message is going through. If I then go back in my settings, I edit my profile, which makes no sense. I change that color to purple. I save. I close. That hasn't changed, but I'm guessing that hasn't changed because here it didn't propagate. Yeah. Uh, yeah, no, I agree with that. Like the same thing. I wish the Aura had NFC, for example, for transports, like the fact that I can have my pass for the subway on my phone and on my Apple Watch if I have an Apple Watch. I would love to have the exact same system um, within the ring because that would just it would make so much more sense. I know that there is one of the rings that was on a Kickstarter was promising that, and then they uh, didn't really do that. So yeah, um, I don't think they do, or maybe they do, and I don't know. But I don't think I haven't heard any news. Sorry, I just saw 5 to 8 days. You mean 7? 7 days. Um, yeah, no, I don't think. Nope, we don't have. We don't have anything in the connectivities that are like NFC related, which is really sad. Again, payment with your rings would be amazing. Um, like you can pay with your fucking watch. It makes so much more sense to me. But also, I get it. You know, that makes sense. I get it. See, that amount of changes is not good. uh, my God. Holy fuck. Mm. The gym this morning was harder than usual. I decided to do the opposite of my usual training. Like, I usually start with like light weights and then I bump it up. And this time I started higher and then bumping down. And it's just it's weird. I don't like to do drop sets, but it worked. It worked. I'm now tired. So if I get in, let me just refresh this just in case. If I get it and I go in my settings and I change my profile picture, and I also change my color to pink so it's visible. And then I change my name to that. I save it and I close it back. The name is persistent. The name change is persistent, but now my profile picture didn't go through. Uh, so it works at the top, but it doesn't work within the messages, which is kind of weird. This is not something that was supposed to happen. I don't know why it broke. Um, because it was working. That's weird. That is weird. You pissed me off. But yeah, we have many rings that have had Kickstarters for navigating your TVs, for having like a mic with them. A lot of the latest addition of things along the line of um, AI assistant within your ring. So basically, it's just a mic that is connected to the app on your phone, and it processes everything on your phone, but it also has a micro speaker somewhere. But they recommend you to get like your phone so that you can see the chat. And at that point, it makes no sense to use the ring. So don't, I don't understand. I will never understand. Morton, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Sorry. Well, good luck. I was in charge of that. In the previous startup, I took care of reading all of the GDPR existing things and understanding them and comparing like existing ones with the one that we needed to have and so on. It was a lot of pain. So, good luck with that. In my humble opinion, for these things, you shouldn't have a GDPR like section on your site or your app, in the sense that you shouldn't track data that you don't need. And most of the time, the GDPR is just related to the data that is linkable to the user. And so if you don't track things that is linkable to the user, and that can be like you can make a case that it's not linked to the user in any way, shape, or form, you don't need any GDPR training or GDPR explainer, because you don't touch sensitive data. So that's that's a thing. But for you, if the thing is like You broke the thing again. Um, Let me do that again. Ha! Now it's working. um, Let me switch back to Claude and hope for the best. Um, but yeah, if you have like emails, name and signatures and so on, then I get it. Um, I get it in a way when it comes to elections. My brain is telling me that elections are supposed to be anonymous, or at least as anonymous as they should be, so that, you know, no repercussions in the users' lives, or the voters' lives, if something happens. You can't basically trace back to them, so that makes a lot of sense. But I also understand that the voters would be willing to give their email address and names and locations and whatever in order to get like informations, updates, data about the party that you're supporting and so on. But I mean, in my eyes, it should be as anonymous as it needs to be. Yeah. I have a feeling that this is the issue. I have a feeling that this is the issue. Oh my god. I guess on my end, for you specifically, for like voters and so on, I would anonymize things with an automatic automated emailing system, so that on your end, as the person that is from the party and trying to contact someone that is a voter that wants to get the information or so on, has requested info, I don't know what happens in these things. The person that is sending the email doesn't know who they are sending the email to. They don't know what has been requested. They can just contact an ID, but the system recognizes the ID as someone specific, and therefore you end up with the hi username in parentheses, and that parenthesis is replaced by the system automatically with the correct name and username for the users.
Chadder's TV is now following.
That could be a thing. But yeah, Chadders, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope your week was good. This thing is taking ages. Again. But yeah, I think if you have system that takes care of the anonymity of the users, then you don't need to care too much about the GDPR training that you were talking about. You still do need to care about the GDPR in order to make or put in place the system that I'm talking about. But yeah, like for example, for Perfume, I don't know shit about the users, the only thing that I have is a device unique ID sometimes. So, and not all the time, just like sometimes if something happens, I may receive a device unique ID that will give me some information about like what the system is and what the phone is so that I can have some information in there and send the correct thing. But that's it. Nothing else. I don't I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I think yes. I think yes. It is a React slash Vite setup. But it's mostly a prototype on my end, and it's not a prototype on the dev's end. I'm no dev. I am not a dev. And right now I'm trying to add something that makes absolutely no sense for prototype, but because I pushed the prototype so far already, it kind of makes sense. So yeah, that whole thing is absolutely broken. I don't know what happened, but everything is broken. Congrats, Cursor. Congrats. Good job. Good job. I'm going to revert everything.
Chadder's TV just subscribed.
Why? Why? Why the subscription right away? That makes no sense. Thanks a lot for the subs. I appreciate it. I know it is the Prime sub. But, yes. I am going to hydrate myself. Yes, yes. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Everything is going all over the place right now. This is crazy. This is a crazy thing. This fucking ID is taking ages to do a very simple task of defining where the user is saved, and that's it. So I don't get it. I don't know why it is so slow. Other than this is simply Sonnet. Sonnet is very not good. You can't zoom in and glitch me at the same time. It's not how it works. Or technically it doesn't work. That is the thing. Yeah, but like I feel like someone has points to spend right now. That's what I see. Well, I do agree with Nate. I think I would 100% agree with you on that. It would be easier to do it myself. The issue is that I don't know code whatsoever, and I hate TypeScript and React and other things. Like I just it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Apparently, yeah. I'm mostly okay with Swift UI because that was easier for me as a designer. And so I'm just using Cursor because I can and because it kind of works. Doesn't mean that it will work all the times, but it kind of works, and it works well enough for me to be able to do these things and hope for the best. I'm gonna remove the fucking 0 here. That makes no sense. Let's save that. That's saved. If I'm here, that's good. That's working. However, that is what was supposed to happen. And now, when this happened, it's now working. So it is not retroactive. Uh, that's the issue. That is the issue. Um, because right now, if I go back there and I change my color to pink, because that's the easiest one that we have for definition, this one is working, but this one isn't because it was the previous username. So that's not great, but also, do I care? No. You know, the usual. That's still working. Cool. 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 Yeah, that's a prototype, by the way. That is the that's the very, very simple prototype that I've made. Very not much a prototype, but yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the sub and the follow. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome back, Phils. I've done the thing I said I shouldn't do, but I've done it. So we now have the ability to change the profile picture, change the colors, edit your profile with your name, different values if you wanted to. So that's good. That is working. You can't change your email yet. You can't delete your account yet. You can save that, which is a very bad save, but it's okay. You have the thing that is working in dark mode and light mode, so that's the main plan. And then from here, it's gonna save the changes. So you have profile picture, colors, and things that are working. And now it's working, but the only thing that I don't have is persistence of past messages. And I guess this is because I changed my ID. Like the ID is not something that I should be able to edit. So, you know. If I do. If I do that, which is the idea that we used to have, that's probably going to go back to this one. So yeah, I guess it's just persistence between to launch. Oh, just not going to go through. So
R3
yeah.
Curse 3D is now following.
Recursed. That's interesting. Well, Gordon, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. So yeah, that's the teeny tiny thing that I don't like, but it's working. So you know, I'm gonna do the thing that you said that I should do. So it's just stuff. No, so we have theme and profile. We have the theme model orbs picker with hue, and we have the profile base cards set up with persistence. That's most of it. That's most of it. We'll see if it helps. I doubt it. I doubt it. Everything else is fine though. I'm just gonna say that everything else is working pretty well. What else am I missing? I think the rest is mostly in the settings. Most of these pages, like the definition of roles and so on, that needs a lot more work than what we currently have, which is absolutely no work, is something that would need to happen. Like, this one makes no sense. I mean, it's fine, but it makes no sense. um, and I don't know exactly what I would like to see for the roles, the creation of the roles. Um, I don't think I will have this anymore. That probably don't. Maybe. At some point, we had a setup for roles that was very similar to the Discord one, but I don't think I saved it. I don't think I saved it. Yeah, we basically had the basic stuff, which is not what we wanted. Like that. This is my previous company saved file. This is a backup file that I have from the company that I used to work at, and I am looking for the role section, role definitions. Most of these things are basically, I mean, it looks very similar to what we currently have in Ilka right now. Obviously, it is the type of shit that I do. But yeah, we had these. And basically, it was a system of, can you write, I think. So you have like, that's the new role, the role for product, and it can write new members, write processes, doesn't do anything, and so on. So yeah, this is a very old project nowadays that is project portfolio manager kind of thing. So for you, it makes sense. For you, it makes sense. Yeah. This was an absolute copy of Notion. But better. No. Copy of Notion with multiple columns and shit. I'm looking at it at the end of the day and I'm like, damn, this is not good. This needs so many small touches, adjustments here and there to make sure that everything is working as expected. And for me to be happy with it, like for example, here, I would go with a, right now, I would go with a very much more rounded thing. I would know that the border stroke system that we have right here makes absolutely no sense. So it would be something like this because a gradient doesn't exist in borders. So that's the difference. It's just like a very subtle difference from the background. These things are not supposed to be that flat, but they are that flat. And yeah, I would change so much shit. But it's fine. it's an okay design nonetheless. It's just like which it's a big ass dashboard thing. Um, yeah, I know. The thing that I have here, though, and I have screamed it at many people. Um, Basically, if you go into the main content, the thing that needs to be defined, and you sit with me for like the first hour of me explaining the project and so on as the dev, like you are behaving as the dev today. I'm giving you everything you need to not have to do the thing more than once. So I'm giving you, here is the navigation, here is how it works, here is how it looks. Once you have the proper look of the navigation, you will never have to touch it again, ever in your life, unless we decide to change the navigation. But like, you do it once and then you're done. Once you understand how the table is done, you're done. You don't have to do anything else, and it's good. And so I've done that so many times to explain exactly that if you have, like, you have the navigation, therefore the only thing that you need to work on is the main content, and the main content can look differently, but same thing. Once you have the main content first of its name, then adding something in it is just working on the next component, but the main content parent basically doesn't change anymore, or shouldn't change whatsoever. And so that's basically the thing. It's just that easy. Once you've done it once, you're good. And I understand that it might be daunting for some devs to see like, okay, so I have a rack on the side that goes on top of the content, so that's another layer I need to take into consideration. I get it. You have an infinite canvas that you need to think about and plan around it. I get it. But once you have done that, then everything else, like if you start here with just, okay, cool, I have my navigation at the top, my infinite canvas with this tool, then we're good. And yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not pulling your repo. Is it possible? Yes. It's an option. I don't think you have invited me yet. I think you said you would, but I don't think you have. But you know, I haven't pulled your repo. I have pushed to my repo though, and you've been invited on this one. So yeah, so that's the thing. And then most of the important part on my stuff is every time I have an element, like let's say my table, because the table content is what makes the most sense. The definition of creating that table is coming from the definition of creating like that header or these rows or these columns in one columns at a time, or simply going through as a dev, going through the fact that, okay, I have a cell for one of the cell of the table, and it can take each and every one of these variations. And that's all it can do. It can't do anything else. So if I have a cell that just needs text, it's going to take one of these two. If it's title, it's going to take that. If it's not title, it's going to take that. And it's basically like that easy for the devs, because you do one which is like, if you do them in order, you do one that is pretty complex, and then you do the second one which is basically the same with different sizes, and then you do the third one which is like even less complex. You do the fourth one which is the same as the previous one with more badges, And then that's the exact same. It's just like the icon in the front is changing from the checkbox to the switch. And then this one is the same as the label, but it's profile pictures. And this one is just buttons or progress or icons. And once you have all of that, you can create as many variation of the tables that you want to have. And it doesn't really matter. You have done the cell in question. And what I'm seeing most of the time is that devs are doing the table that is supposed to be used today. And then when we ask them to add like a new feature, they're like, well, we can't do that because we don't have that cell. Well, yeah, but if you just create the cells properly in order, you have all the things, all the times properly set up. The table is the biggest one on that project. Can I find it though? Obviously. I'm not gonna find the thing. Right there. The table is the small list of different cells. And that's it. It's a lot of cells. But yeah. And then the goal, as always, is to make sure that you don't do the work more than once. So yeah. Phils, are you asking me to pull the repo? Is that what you're saying? So that I can work on that? Take a look. I'll take a look. That is an interesting profile picture for yourself. Hmm. I feel like I don't know. That's the first things. I don't know how to merge two repos into one. Yeah, no, I know I can clone it. I'm just debating. Because I don't know how to merge the thing that I just done with the thing that you just have. For example, like that's the thing. I don't know how it is supposed to be behaving. I have cloned it. But my lack of understanding when it comes to all of that right there is limited. Like for example, that's the repo in question, which apparently I can, but I can't. I don't know why that's the case, but I got the thing, I think. Um, yeah. There is like so much in there that I don't know. And that's the issue. Like I can 100% pull the things, but because I don't understand, it's never gonna make any sense to me. Yeah, no, I am already in there. It's just like I don't know. Let me explain that. I have the folders on my repo specific, which are not anything. And the difference in between what you currently have and what is in there in terms of layout and folders routing and so on is very much different than what we have online. So it is similar-ish, but obviously most of these things are not. Like I have way less content because I don't have all the backend and all of that set up. And so I wouldn't mind working on the original one, but the thing that I'm like unsure about and wouldn't trust myself because I don't know what I'm doing is going to be contributing to the thing that you already have. And I understand that the fact that I'm doing on something, I'm doing something on my side, and then you can pull it up, and then you have to do the work of merging it and so on, which I get it. It's a pain in the ass. The reason why I'm not confident in being able to do what I'm doing here on your repo directly is that I don't know what's happening. And so if at some point Claude or Kimmy or whoever wants to go into a specific file and delete something and I don't know what it does, but the thing that I'm doing is still just visual stuff and it works, I might be pushing something that is breaking the entire thing. I would love to avoid that. For no particular reason, just it just doesn't make sense. But yeah. Is it slash without the E? Do I need the dot? Nope. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah. That would work, Stony, if I knew what I was doing. Again, the issue isn't the fact that I'm like touching things. That sounds weird. The issue is that I'm touching things that I don't understand. On my end, if it's on my own repo and I break shit and so on, I can revert and I'm okay with it. But on something like this, there is a bit of an issue with, yeah, it doesn't work. I think there is something that doesn't necessarily go through with the account creation or login in there. So, yeah. Doesn't log in. Does not work. And it makes sense. This is like the localhost thing, so it's fine. Yeah. The issue is on Vite, so yeah. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Like that's too far advanced already of managing branches makes no sense to me. I've tried many times. Every time is absolutely impossible for my brain to figure it out. So it's just so much safer for me to just be contained into something that is just like, okay, that does everything. It's fake data, it's fake content, it's just, it loads, it does the action that it needs to do. Things are not necessarily linked to the back end, but yeah, it's just no, I know. Sorry, I know how to make a branch. It's the merging at the end that makes absolutely no sense. So that's the thing. Kraken? What do you mean Kraken? Oh yeah, no, that's expensive. As far as I remember, Kraken is kind of more expensive than the one that I have. Yeah. You just have like 14 days with everything, and then it's just, it costs you some money. So, yeah. Have a good work time, Feels. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. But the thing that I'm using is this, which is the native macOS stuff. So if I wanted to get like a branch out of this, I can 100% just create a new branch, do whatever the fuck it needs to do. It's just, for some reason, my brain doesn't work on the merging. Like, there is something that is not making any fucking sense. Mainly because the difference in between the two makes sometimes no sense. Like, I think the best example is gonna be shit like this. I've had attempted stuff with like new features, different versions of the backend, different version of the database, different version of the content, and so on. And it never makes sense to merge back into main and or to go out of main. Like it just easier for me to just be here and be like, well, we need to revert to this commit, and that's it. Or revert the changes that we've done here, but keep the rest of the next one. Like that's just so much easier than having to jump between branches. So yeah. And even though I have tried so many times to have version control on designs files and so on with Abstract and other version control apps for Figma, it same thing. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to switch branches. I don't know. Brain doesn't want to allow it. It's just you know, it doesn't make sense. It's like I have my file, I work on the file. If the file is working, then we good. If there is something that's missing in the file, then it's missing in the file. But if I have to create a new branch to do something and then figure out that it's not right, if I just go back to main, then I'm good. But if I figure out that the thing that I'm doing is good, then I need to merge it into main, which is basically the same thing as if I had stayed on the main branch, and therefore I'm just staying on the main fucking branch because it's faster. Yeah, but that's the I mean, basically for me, it's just that system of just saying, oh yeah, cool. I need to go back into my progress banner because everything that we've done so far have been breaking shit. So let me just revert to this commit, and everything else is gonna be lost changes. But do I care? No. Like that's the if I had made a branch after the code version right here, which is my usual thing, you know, it's a good thing. So yeah, have a good rest of your day. Pot. Take care of yourself as well. Have fun in the dashboards. Have a great weekend too. We'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just something in the whole system. It just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense. Huh? Nonetheless, at the end of the day, I don't have any other thing that I need to change on this project specifically that isn't already in the Git. So the only thing that Phil needs to do is merge like he did on the previous run. So I understand that already it's a bit of a pain in the ass to do. I get that, but that's the only thing that needs to happen. The rest is fine. I also don't like this white flash. Yeah, it's fine on light mode, but it's not fine on dark mode. Yeah, that's basically what we just did. That's right here. That's Phil's repo. So we do have it. It's right there. It's runnable. I just need to have access to the fucking login, which I don't. But yeah. The thing is, I don't know what is in there. I don't know. I guess this is a mental model thing. I don't know what's in there. It's probably the same thing as me, but because I don't know how to read that entire thing, and what's the difference in between my repo and this repo? Like, what is missing in between the two? I don't fucking know. Like, what are the differences in terms of the implementation of the design, the thing that I've changed that I need to get access to? Which right now, obviously, I can't get access to because the login doesn't work. But yeah, like all of that is all the video stuff, all the voice read stuff, which I don't have. There are like probably some structure that makes a lot more sense, but yeah. And then I'm gonna say something that is probably gonna be okay with you. The probability of me just clicking on an environment file with API key and shit in it on stream, that is just that. And not really realizing that I've done it. You know, like that's the thing. It would just be opening a file, closing a file because it's not the right one, but not realizing what was in there. It's I don't want to take the risk. No, whatsoever. I just be good and safe. And there is no environment variables. There is no API key. There is nothing that needs to be secured. It's just like, well, fine. This is just the mockup. It's just the design stuff. That makes more sense. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, like that's the thing. API integration doesn't really make any sense. Authentication doesn't really make any sense for me. WebSocket doesn't make any sense, and data persistence is a mockup only, which means that basically what Phils needs to do is already working. Like the only thing that is missing is the API integration, which based on the fact that the the variables names and so on. Okay, with the new features we just added for the profile settings. So like if it's the same, if it's compliant, then we're good. That's the usual. If that's the only thing that needs to happen, you know, then we're good. Don't need to do a lot more than that. That's also why, like, for example, in Perfume, I have everything in one app. Can, same thing, everything in one app, everything in one place. No dispersions, no anything. It's just like, if there is something that I need, it's going to be somewhere in the main place. So, you know, like that makes a lot of sense for me. But that sounds like a I don't know how they know. I don't know how they know. I should have checked something else. I feel like I need this instead. This makes no sense. No sense. You think that's something that I can play with? God damn. I mean, it's a weird thing already. But it's weird it's not at least visible in there. I don't No. If I can. I don't know if I can use that. Yeah. I got the VSIX apparently is not a thing that I can run, use on Mac, which is not gonna be as useful as you think it is. Doesn't really matter. There is no environment in this project anyways, so you know. API compliant, everything is the same. You know. Yeah, but you don't have maybe that's just this thing. We don't have anything on VS Code anyway, so yeah. Cool. I mean, that's also important. So both would work. Both would work and be useful. Yeah. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Nonetheless, I think I have everything that I need to have. Not this one, right about here. This one is pretty okay. We have the inputs. I think the last elements that we don't have are going to be the attachments, GIFs, and so on, which I noticed that the mistakes that was on Phil's DMs were coming from my side of stuff, which is fine. It's still working. They're still working as expected. Still extracting from outside of a group. We're good with that. I guess this is the next step, but same thing, like there is nothing in there that needs to be renamed. And yeah, overview makes sense. Roles is the one that just makes absolutely no sense to me, and we need to change that. Invite is too simple. Bands make sense to have. Logs make sense to have as well. And then delete server is fine. And leaving your own server is a bit of a weird thing, but why not? Why not? It's mostly the roles. In the settings, I guess settings. Shit. I don't know. I don't know exactly how roles are behaving. Like, we have the role itself, and then you can edit them, and that opens the role view, which is similar to what we currently have. But yeah. On top of that, there has been the rate limitation update from Monday or Wednesday. I forgot when they announced it. So, yeah, you will end up with your limits reached so much often. So I get it. Absolute, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? How's everything? How's your day? How's the thing? So that's I feel like this is fine. That view makes absolutely no sense to me. That's the thing. I have given up on Lovable, Bolt, V0, and Replits and the other apps that are trying to make code stuff, because it is just so bad with the lack of control. From my point of view, and again, this is me being me and having like a very weird brain, but from my point of view, having no access to this, basically, like the fact that I can highlight a very specific file and say, well, currently working on this section, which is linked in that folder, in that repo, in that thing, and we need to tweak that stuff specifically. Whereas in Lovable and so on, you are going to be able to do that, but it just it requires so many back and forth and so much specificity on your end to be able to figure out exactly what you wanted to have. So yeah, I'm more comfortable with Cursor, but also I'm gonna say that again. I until next week or 2 weeks from now, I can, and I don't know if we will find this one here. I don't think we can. Probably not on this run anymore. God damn. This one is a good one. I could use that. Yeah. I have a run, one ask, one request, one question, which burned through 22 million tokens, and it was free. So, if you can't do that, don't. Like, most, if not all, of my request when I'm past my limits, my pro tier limits, I'm bumped into the free tier, which is supposed to be slower. And the only thing that it does right now is it just doesn't allow me to use the latest models. But I do have access to everything else. So if Sonnet 4.5 is good enough, which is the case most of the times, it's still free. And I'm running through that with like requests at 22 million tokens and being like, okay, fine. Let's just do that. Let's be okay with it. And the thing, specifically, like that output, that 22 million run was working afterward, which usually it doesn't. And yeah, it's just if you can't do that, if you can't like be as open as this, then yeah. Say that again. Can I appreciate the color palette despite the bugs and inaccuracy in the UI? Of cursor or lovable and so on? Oh, you mean from your project? That seems good. That seems pretty good to me. It's really similar in terms of color palette. It's really similar to what Delphi has just created, which I don't think that would make sense if I don't show you what I'm talking about. That's very similar in terms of color scheme. She's done very similar yellow-ish with a greenish based and some oranges here and there. Most of the things are then within the app, kind of similar anyways, but it's similar in terms of color palette. So overall, that color palette is pretty good. The behavior is pretty good as well. I hate this so much, but that's not a you issue. Don't worry about it. That's just a me issue. I've never understood flashcards like this, even though I have an app that is basically flashcards. But if you take a look at the difference in between what I'm gonna show you here, let's go into kanjis because it makes sense. You arrive here, you have options, so you see this, and you're like, what is the reading of that? If you know, like right now, I don't think I know. I don't know what it is. It's gonna be this, right? If I see this and I know the answer and I click on the answer, I go into the next question because I know. And therefore, I can move faster. And this is my biggest gripe with flashcards. It's just here, if I need to click on the button to say that I know the thing, fuck me. Like, every time. If I need to click on something to say that I don't know the thing, I'm like, God, I didn't know. So if I'm here and I'm like, okay, cool. So I know that, I know that, I know that, I know that, I know that. I got everything. Good job. If I made a mistake along the way and I was like, I know that. Oh no, I didn't know that. What was my mistake? Oh, I can learn and then I can continue. And I'm like, I know that. I don't know that. Well, apparently I don't know that. And I don't know. In my head, it's just like it makes so much more sense to do this, and at the end, just tell you you had made a mistake on this one, which was supposed to be this, and this one, which is supposed to be this, and that just makes so much more sense compared to what a lot of other and very similar platforms are doing, like Enki, for example, very similar thing, and what you are doing here, which is I need to click on something to tell you or to tell myself that I know the thing that I just read. Like, really? Like I either did know the thing or I didn't. And then that for Can specifically, this system is in place as well. It's just further down the line. So it's not something that is user facing, it's something that is system facing. If the user is answering correctly on a character for the first time, we give it a good, right? It's gonna be repeated in the next few days. Like that's very much the good system. If the user then in the next day answer it correctly again, then it's gonna be in the easy part. Then if they answer it correctly again, it's gonna be in the very easy parts. That like it's gonna push it down the line for further learning. But if on the first day they have it right because they guessed and they had it right, and then they do that again on the second day and it's a mistake, it's gonna retain its like, okay, it's in the middle point, we don't know. And then if they make another mistake, it's gonna go back into the like forgot hard section so that they can just practice again. But the system is taking care of that. I don't need me as the user to explain to the system why I forgot something. Like I made a mistake, therefore it goes into the right pile. So I don't know. It has never made any fucking sense to me to just ask the user to say that every fucking time. Also, you're right. It's a bit buggy. I mean, I like the 14 out of 10. I like the 16 out of 10. That's pretty nice. Nonetheless, rent over. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Same issues. Same issue. Nonetheless, the UI is good. You have some issues, some things that I would define as issues, like here, for example, the scroll is not exactly where it needs to be, and also the amount of content that you are displaying or hiding or so on. I'm almost 100% sure that you could get the entire thing to fit if you made the spacing in between the pills a bit smaller, and probably I don't even know if I can do that within the lovable stuff. You have a gap of 0.35, so if we do a 0.25 right there, and then I doubt that I can do that, but we're gonna see. If we go within that thing and we have a padding left and right, which is currently at 0.75, if we do a 0.5, force of habit, fuck's sake. If I do 0.5 on everything for my overall spacing, you have enough space. So you can play with these values, the space in between your pills and chips, the space around the text, to still get everything in the view when you have so little to display. Like, that's basically the thing. If you had like 3 more pills, take as much space as you need. But if you just have like a half a letter, maybe don't. Yeah. With like small detail on this one, it doesn't really matter. Appreciate it. Is this gonna work? No. Dark mode is cute. It makes sense. Everything is good. UI wise, everything is pretty good. I would say this page is great. Even though I hate it for the rent of a second ago. This page and this display is probably the best page you have so far within this entire thing. I would put the practice in the center of the screen in the tab bar, as in main action that the user would do. So you would have home, library, practice, dictionary, and profile as the order of stuff. Because the main action is usually in that spot. Like if you go on TikTok, you have the plus here. If you go on Instagram, you know, you go in there and so on. If you are currently, if you want to move that to Figma, you can. I think, as far as I remember, but I'm not sure now, you can extract the code and then run that like as a dev server, and then from your dev server things, you can then extract from the code to your Figma file directly. Like that's an export from Cloud Code that just pulled the code and put it inside of a Figma file without me having to do anything about it. Like, it's just, it did the thing and it did it pretty good. So, that's the thing. This is going to be with Cloud Code through the CLI as a use dash Figma or Figma dash use. I forgot which order it is. But yeah, Manbrave 4.0. It is a bit of a Slack stuff, yes. It's a mix of Slack and Discord. And I feel like it's missing something and I still don't know what it is. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? So yeah, so you can do that. So you can have the option to get this thing to work. See, that pissed me off again. Since when? Since when? We will need that. Right now, I don't have a single thing for voice on my side. I know I should. I know I should. So yeah, you could export the code directly from the code to Figma if you wanted to. It's going to be easier if you can extract the code from Lovable to like a GitHub repo or something, and then run it locally so that you can just use a local LLM to do the work. Other than that, it's fine. But yeah, no. Anyways, the pages are good. I feel like you may have some issues with the placements of some things because I feel like having my reading activity on my homepage makes absolutely no sense to me. I would have that in my profile. Like, I want to see that right here. The fact that I have my reading and continue reading in my recent reads, that makes a lot of sense. The library could be basically underneath. Like, you can combine the homepage and the libraries to be just, well, from there, instead of having the recent activity, I have the rest of the library so that I can just access quick access stuff right away. So that's a thing that I would potentially change. Dictionary is a good thing to have in order to figure out like what you are interested in and so on. And I'm guessing once you have something in your reading list from your library, the dictionary is going to be populated with that, which basically means that the dictionary is the content of this thing. Kinda. Not exactly, but kinda. And then practice is great, as I said, and profile is pretty good. So there is probably a bit of a rethinking of the content for me. Again, this is a for me thing. Don't worry about it. But yeah, like if can, very similar ID. You arrive on the characters first because these are the building blocks of the vocabulary, so you need that first. But the app main feature officially is the vocabulary and the dictionaries, which is similar to you. And so from here, I'm going within a dictionary. And then from there, I can practice from that dictionary specifically. So it's a similar system, but you have like everything there. And then the last point is going to be my profile with my progress, my activity, and so on. And if I want like more details on said activity and have like a very similar grid to the one that you have, I'm gonna have that here. But yeah, because right now it's paid. Should just buy the thing. But yeah, that's a bit of a difference. It's not much of a difference. I think the design is pretty good. I think the light mode is clean. The dark mode is clean as well. Everything makes sense. There's nothing in there that doesn't really make sense for what it is. So you did pretty good. And yeah, there's nothing in there that just stand out to me as, oh, I need to see how that goes. But no. Also, that's so weird. This is also something that I don't understand about Lovable and Replit and Bolt and so on. They do something that looks pretty cool, right? It's fine, it's working, it's okay. But then if I click on meditation here, I'm getting into meditation, which makes sense. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted to do. If I click on atomic habits, I'm getting into meditation because why? And so that doesn't, like, it's always just, oh, I've made one page once and then I'm good, which is fine for a prototype. I get it, but it's just, it's missing. And then they are doing a ton of things like that, like small details that have absolutely no benefits for you as the person that is trying to build the the prototype, basically. But they go up to defining the notification sliders and the things that you will never test in a fucking prototype, but just, for the sake of having it. Makes no sense. Like, they have all of that. Yeah. Yeah. You can do that very quickly. You can do that by hand very quickly, and you can do that by LLM very quickly as well, faster than by hands. But yeah, by hand is going to take you maybe a day, and you just have to take a screenshot of this, and a screenshot of this, and a screenshot of this. Probably just this screenshot, and that's going to be good. That's an okay thing to have, but you just need these 4 elements, and then you should be good. But yeah, I haven't played with Lovable in a long time, so I have no clue whatsoever. Yeah. I don't even have a project thing. Um, it might be like the link um, with GitHub. God damn, brain is probably like somewhere in the settings in the connector. You have the GitHub connector as well, which, because I'm logged in with it, makes sense. And from then, with the GitHub connector, I could have like a two-way sync so that Lovable can send to GitHub, and I can send things from GitHub to Lovable as well, so that if I make changes in Cursor, then Lovable figure it out as well. That's an option, or in any ID, by the way. So you could do that. It's very much an easy thing to find in your Lovable profile account thing. So do that, export your stuff to GitHub, then run it locally to see if it works, and then import it into Figma. If you don't want to spend too much time rebuilding the entire thing within Figma, though, maybe use Pencil, which we've been talking about for the past few days. And they changed the design today, which is pretty good. Pencil is basically Figma, but better and built for LLMs, but you need a cloud subscription in order to make it work. But yeah, they just redesigned it. I feel like if I go, it's gonna break the stream because I know how processor heavy it is. Let's see. Let's see. They changed the placement of the chat. Basically, they put it in the far left, full width right here, so that you have your whole Canva right there, and it makes a lot more sense. And so you could like pull from a repo and then get the design as a design right here. So it looks very similar to Figma. You have the inspector the same way. You have your tools on the right side. You have your chats, but you also have your layers like Figma is doing. Let me just give you a more visible thing right there. You have your slides or like your frames, basically the components that are within this thing. And if you wanted to use like a library as a base for something, you can do that. They have like a ton of them that are really cool. So it's pretty useful. It's pretty simple. And since it's plugged in with your Claude Code agent stuff, you just get the ability to use it. But you need like a subscription. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck very, very, very fast. Very fast. You can set up to 6 parallel agents. That's crazy. You need like, I don't know what subscription you need, but yeah. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, it is very much the exact same thing as Figma. It behaves the same way. You can, I mean, behaves the same. It behaves basically the same way. You have all the options. You can define specific things to fill, resize, replace, and so on. And your ability to just say, oh, I need this thing in light mode, and it does it. It's good. Cross keys, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weeks? You haven't been here in a bit. How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, Pencil is really cool. I love them. It's free, kinda. I mean, because you need to pay for Claude. Pencil is free on its own. They will probably add some stuff at some point as a subscription model and so on. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I see. Well, we've been building other things, which have been kind of good and bad. Mostly bad. But also, fine. This is the latest project, if you haven't seen it, which is Yolka from iFills, which is at work now. And this ID is a competitor to Discord with a mix of Slack within it, and mostly focused on privacy and security, encryption, and so on. So you end up with something that is a bit cleaner, and instead of having something with like the sidebar for the servers, we decided to go with the top bar, like a browser that you can browse your servers and so on, and then add some, like if you have some servers that you are part of, just go there, see them, reorganize your things, because you never stay in all of that. Like that's That's not good. That's way too much service. Anyways. So yeah. Happy you are less healed though. That's a good thing that you've recovered. Yeah, they are already into folders. Um, they're already into folders on my side, and for the sake of presentation, because we need something that is dramatically showing that people have a ton of servers, I have them all open most of the times. Shit are just like collapsed at the bottom. These four folders have no real activity for me. These ones are the one that I'm spamming every time I'm going live, so I need them open. But most of the time, it's just like it's collapsed. I have my Japan related stuff, Genie, which needs to go far away. To be honest, Genie is supposed to be somewhere around here. I don't use them, so yeah, like it is organized, but we need something dramatic to showcase the difference. Because, you know, you probably rotate between like 3 to 5 servers, maybe 8. And so if you have like all your servers that you have access to, or that you're part of, right there, for example, and you can navigate through all of that and just, add more servers, whatever. And then say, well, I've seen the notification that is related to me on this one. Let me just close it. So it's just like, it's not in the way. And then if I have a notification that's going to go somewhere around here, I can then go directly to the server in question and be done with it. Eh. It makes sense. As a navigation thing? You mean navigating between pages or sections of a website or an app through a drop-down? /select? Yeah. I'm gonna click on that. That title is good. Damn. That is impressive. Yeah, that exactly the same. Yes. God damn though. I mean, that's probably the company device anyways. You know, as therefore it makes sense. Therefore it makes sense. Ah, shit. I would do the same if I didn't care about my computer. So for a navigation system that would use a select in order to, like, move between categories and so on, if it's just a categories like selector, I would use what we call the combo box, which is a select/input at the same time. It's a bit of a search bar plus the content, so that you can just look for something and get access to what you're supposed to see very fast. I don't think we will have a lot of them, but it's basically that, right? So it's very simple. You have the ability to just search and select, and then for some reason, in any occasion, you can select multiple. So it's a bit of a select with a search bar. Same ID. Very simple. It works. it's easy, and so on. But I need more details on what you need to navigate to, because categories is just a search bar. Like, that's shit like this. It's, I know that my stuff is supposed to be, I don't know, starting with an F for France, for like countries and so on. I'm gonna type F on my keyboard, and it's gonna just send me to the correct one. So yeah, if it's just a drop down and you need to have like a ton of content in there, just make it a searchable drop down.
Block me.
It's gonna be fine.
Delete me.
But yeah, other than that, I don't know. Um, that was my forehead. Um, mm, I don't know. I don't know. Um, that's complicated. Um, this is breaking my brain for one simple reason, which is very easy to understand. Um, it makes no sense. If it's for like 3 users, makes no sense. I feel like it's gonna be the same thing as an anchor. So that if you have like an hashtag something on your website for the anchor within said website, you get access to that thing very quickly, which is making a lot more sense. But uh, with the description that you give me, it doesn't seem like something other than quick access. So I'm gonna go into something weird. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. I swear. I swear. Um, God damn, this is crazy. To get that as a god damn. Um, you might want to go into these websites, AliExpress, Alibaba, all of these things, to see how they do their category sections, because that might be a very like easy way for you to understand how they have done it, if it is similar. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically this. And then you go deeper into kitchen, then you go into deeper into this. uh, I I understand what you are asking for, which is basically the mega menu thing that Marmalade is talking about. Um, but the thing is, uh, it means automatic sprinklers. Automatic plant watering system, irrigation system. Um, but yeah, the mega menu is the easiest thing that you can have because it's basically main category, subcategory, subcategory. So if you go into whatever, you know, Amazon, whatever, uh, Fnac, if you have one, because that's same thing for me. It's like it's the same ID. You have your main massive like main categories, and then you have your subcategories, and you can go into the sub one number one, or the sub number two, or the sub number three. Um, like yeah, but for you when it comes to like what are you asking for? I'm gonna say that. What are you exactly asking for? Are you asking for representation of the navigation so that user know where they are in the routing to get to that sub level? Or are you just asking for the presentation of all the sub levels so that people can say, oh, I want to go there? So shit like this, where I want to go here, or I go down and I want to go there, like all over the place, or simply um, getting a breadcrumbs navigation because that might be exactly what you need. Just that's simplified version. Uh, like where you are, where you went, and then everything in the middle is going to be truncated until you reach the page. The breadcrumb navigation is probably potentially the best issues, uh, best system for that navigation type. The drop down is going to be hiding context. So, um, like that's that might be my only issue with navigating with a drop down. You will end up with something that is not telling the user exactly everything that they have access to. So they will need, like, let's say, going back there, let's say they are currently on second level and it's a drop down and they want to go into current page. They need to click onto second level to then open the drop down, see third level, fourth, whatever, current page at the bottom. And then when they click on current page, the only thing that they will see is current page. But they don't know that third level is above, basically, or within that options. Um, so I would rather have something like this that crops the thing that are not necessary, specifically if it's a diving deeper and deeper and deeper into subcategories. But if it is just pages uh, and geographic tags like boroughs and streets and villages and cities and so on, like isn't a map better if it's all geographic and it's around a very specific place? Like wouldn't a map navigation system kind of work better, where you just display a map and then people just click where they want to be or go or whatever. Um, I don't know. I really have a hard time visualizing what you are trying to get. Uh, because the drop-down version would work to an extent. The breadcrumb version would work, but based on the last messages you sent, not necessarily as good as it should be. And then the mega menu would work because you have the ability to create multiple things or find multiple things really quickly, but it's also not the best representation based on the complexity. And the combo box, by giving the ability to search at the same time and or to select multiple at once, then you end up with something that is potentially better, but it's also like more complex. Yeah, of course, always. But it's like I think the issue might be um kinda because I don't understand the concept of that system that you're talking about. I don't know exactly how it would behave. Maybe you need something that is like panel based. Maybe you need something that is drop down based. It's just my understanding of what you have here is kind of complicated. But yeah, send the link of whatever other thing you have. Would love to take a look. Why are these two absolutely broken? Better. Yeah, other than that, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. Um, and right there. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I don't think I'm gonna find it. uh, yeah, I think that's the one. It is. Cool. Mm-hmm. So there are issues with the alignments of stuff, um, which, you know, happens. You change the, I mean, you change. The client asks you to change the colors. I get it. Uh, there is a lack of link in between the tags and the images themselves. That is such a weird thing to see. Visually wise, these things are tags that are supposed to be linked. Like, that thing is basically supposed to have a margin top that is like minus 1 rem or something. Maybe not. Yeah, 0.75 basically to be tied to the image itself, because that's what makes sense. And then I don't understand why you have a smidge of a padding on the side to, you know, it makes no sense. So that being there makes a lot more sense for the link in between the two, specifically because they have flat heads and rounded rounded bottoms. Other than that, it is okay. It is very flat. It is very boring indeed. So you said they were originally set next to the outer byline, and then they decided they didn't want to put the otters up right there. I see. I see. Chris, welcome on in again. How are you? How have you been? Other than that, I don't know. This is so weird. Oh, sorry, I don't like having pictures of children's on stream. No good. Ah, you know what? I don't mind the red bar. I mind the uselessness of the red bar. Like, I just clicked on something. There is no way or no need for the title to be repeated. It just needs to be highlighted here. Like, if you just on selection define that this layout is the thing that is taking within the menu. If it's a giant red bar, I don't care. But that could be good enough, and then you don't have any red bars on the Our Story and the Contact Us. So, what the fuck? So, that's a bit of a weird thing. That layout makes sense. Going back to the beginning of when you showed this the first time, or when you came here for the first kind of idea of what I would do for a news/newspaper thing, this works. This is the common patterns. Everyone is doing the exact same thing, so that makes sense. The alignment is okay. The displayed stuff are okay. But that's it. I will forget it in 20 minutes. That is the least memorable website that we've seen, mainly because it's like everyone else is the same. And, you know, I said that as well. It has a bit of a different vibe to it, but it's still kind of similar. Very similar to what you currently have. You know, like, same vibe, same stuff. Same IDs. Same layout, same shit, same whatever. So I'm like, I would not remember what that is, and I don't think it's a bad thing, but I would say there is probably like a bit of a something to be taken with that, for example, which I have a feeling you had something very similar in the beginning with that kind of red. I have that memory. I know it's not exactly your website, but kind of your website nonetheless. But if you had that for the main stuff, oh yeah, I would remember this. Like, there is no question. I did this big ass red website is just like, goddamn. And I was about to say if you had like a paper texture, and I forgot if this thing is no is an image or an SVG. Is it an SVG? It's a fucking image. God damn. If I have something like this, right about, oi, ah, it's an SVG. It's an SVG. Sorry. If I have this, and you give me that color that I just added in the background, so let me just do that very badly, because why not? Right, you get yourself something that is like a bit of a lighter color situation like this, and then you get that to be an embossed or whatever effect that you want to have, which basically means you get something that is going to be, am I bumping it up? I'm bumping it up. Something that looks kind of like this. So you get like an inner shadow that is white, and then you get an inner shadow that is black, but that is at the bottom at a -4, so it stands out. And then probably this thing is going to need like a bit of a gradient, with that bottom section being just a smidge, not too much. Get something like this, and then I guess a screen would be better, but I think it's mostly like this. The values right there are a bit too strong. But if you get something like this on top of a nice color for the background, like a nice effect. And Chris, I will read your message in a second. I have seen it, don't worry about it. Where is this thing? I have so many pages on this file. I don't even know. I don't even know if it's there or if it's somewhere else. I feel like it's somewhere else, but also supposed to be somewhere around here. It's not. Oh my god. Might be here. I think it's there. Yes, it is. If you get something like one of the crafts, either this one or this one, I guess this one would probably work better, mainly because, you know, you have um, a similar color overall. So, it's a thing. Uh, right now, it doesn't really work because there is too much details and I can't really process the things properly. But it would be pretty interesting to get something like this within the system with the transparency, with the effect, with the bump, and so on. So, yeah. Um, yeah. One sec, I need to go back. Can we talk about AI? A lot of people telling on Twitter that design is dead. That's not true. I think that 80% never use an AI for a creative task. Do you think graphic design will die? No, but yes, but no. I will expand on that. I mean, in 5 years, will there be still a job like graphic designers? Yes. So, um, it will be absolutely different, the same way that um, you had scripts, as in people that are scripts in the elden days, which were basically writing by hands for books. And then someone created the printing machine, and it made a lot more sense to print than to script. But there were still some people that were scripting things. And then the typewriters came in, and the people that were scripts kind of faded away because it made no sense anymore to spend hours and hours to write the exact same thing when you could spend hours to write the same thing with a font that is readable every time. And then if you make a mistake, you can kind of fix it, kind of. And then the computer came in and you could type. And that means or meant that the typewriter was less useful than it used to be. And nowadays, most people are speaking to their computers or their phones to write the thing that they need to write. So, yeah, and scripts, you're right. My bad. My French. So in 5 years, there will still be some graphic designs that makes a lot of sense. It will be specialized graphic design. It will be different than what we know now, as it has been, and as what we know now is different than 5 years ago. It will be different. It will be dedicated to some area of expertise, but not like too much. However, the people that are saying that designers are cooked and that design is dead and there is no need for designers anymore, and there is no graphic designers anymore, and so on. That's not the case. That's just people that have never touched the graphic design tool and just want to get some clicks here and there, and therefore they just make it so that it is the most infuriating things for designers. Like that's usually going to be the case. But overall, if you get something that is like a tool that makes you faster, a tool that makes your designs and your creation better, then you're good. We've had so much stuff, um, like shit like this, for example, probably would have not been a thing if AI wasn't an option. Like if AI didn't exist, that person probably would have never achieved something like this. Or if they did, they would have had to learn how to code, learn how to create a lot of things for like image generation, or not even image generation, but like taking pictures and finding stock photos and so on. And now they can just do the things directly without having to think about it too much. The job is different. The creative minds, which is the mind of graphic design people, is still valuable in the creativity that can come out of it. Whereas the people that are saying graphic design is dead, goddamn, what the fuck is that person doing? Sorry. Are probably gonna say something or do something that is not that. Let me see if we can find one. I don't know what that guy did though. That goddamn. Goddamn. Uh, uh, let's find one. My feed is too clean. That's the issue. Most of my stuff is gonna be good design. Sorry. Yeah. Um. Like that's shit. I talked about that last time. This is AI helped, and the people that have created pretext as a package. You know, I mean, it's fine, but it's shit. But it's fine. This is not good. This is not creative, good design. This is just, oh, there is a tag and I can use the tag to do something. Let me do the thing and see if it's useful. And then there is a lot of use cases that comes with it, but like for now, this is absolutely shit. And most of the people, as I mentioned, I'm gonna go there really quickly because that is something that's gonna make sense to you potentially. Where are you at? There. My undies undies skill is providing and creating, not that, god damn it, providing and creating interesting layouts um, like that for many reasons. That design types of 1998/2006 design that I made with that specific skill for many reasons, but for one very specific reason. And then this one, which is basically the same thing, same idea at least. The goals with that is just to see if you can, as a designer, see the issues and then put it back to a brand new current design trend thing. Nonetheless, it's just a details. Most of the AI right now are gonna look like things that are old in about a year and a half. And the only way for us to keep advancing is to make sure that we are continuing to port things and build more stuff properly. Like I'm guessing factory right here, if we have a link to their, we don't. If we have a link to factory as the website itself, we should be able to get the design. And I'm gonna see if we have we don't, god damn it. there, maybe. Oh my god. That's not what I want to have. I'm just talking about that section at the top, which everyone is having the exact same design for what they are creating, and nothing is very much creative. Like this thing, very much AI generated. But I mean, it probably isn't, but it has that vibe of AI generated thing. That thing right here, huh, graphic design. It's probably helped by AI to achieve that, but nonetheless, it is creative. It's a shadow that has a gradient, which is not something that we see often, and then it has the dithering patterns that most people are using right now to add some personality and characteristic and so on to that shadow. Graphic design. Shit like this. Um, graphic design, you know. So the job is still gonna be there. The capabilities of people still gonna be there. Like Camden is doing an amazing job as always to create weird ass shit. Good job, keep doing it. Um, but this level of small details is something that an AI is going to be able to do at some point. But I need to go there because that's gonna make sense. But this is this is the AI situation. That's I'm gonna remove this point. These 2 points makes absolutely no sense. Um and that one being flat makes absolutely no sense either. But like that's I'm trying to create a bell curve, but I absolutely cannot do that. Uh basically why is me so slow with Figma right now? The bell curve right here. AI is right there. AI is a middle ground, median at everything. Like it's always going to be placed at the medium point. The probability of your AI to be like in the top level designer capabilities is very low because the amount of shit we have, like the amount of shit ass design that we see on a daily basis on the internet is greater than zero. And therefore, we end up with things like this. That's a Facebook Marketplace live things based on what Adam has said for the last few years, like last several years. We have the border and the container not being the same. So because there is so much shit on the internet, and that the AIs are going to be trained on so much shit, they cannot really differentiate between good and bad. So you end up with things that are like not necessarily matching. And so in order to achieve like good design overall, it will shift towards something that is better after some times. I don't think it's going to take 5 years. I think it's going to be faster than 5 years to achieve a point where it's better. But overall, there will still be some people that have creativity. The ID coming up with this ID alone is not something that AI would do. Something that the person that is creating the thing have had, and it's just like they probably used AI to create some of the visuals, some of the ideas, some of the concept and the usage, but it's not necessarily something that is like just AI generated as a one shot, like most people are saying. So yeah. Um, Also, you said another question I have: if I'm designing something in Figma, I get ideas and creativity through my craft, but when I'm prompting, sad words, I don't get any ideas or flowing feeling. How do you experience this? Do you come in the flow with using cursor? Um, no, I'm frustrated with cursor and other apps. Like that's the thing. Um, I I'm testing the apps. I spend days in my own apps, and I'm like, okay, let's take a quiz. Let me experience the quiz. Is it working? Do I can I read? Is everything fine? Yes. Am I going fast enough? Can I like break things? Can I not break things? Is everything like in order and so on? Do I still see my effects? Cool, everything is working. I'm good with that. This works here. I move to the next phase. I test again. And then at some point, I'm gonna encounter something and say, that page is kind of shitty. I think this needs to be redesigned in a way. So let me think about it. And I'm gonna be in the flow state of thinking about it for a split second, and then go in cursor and figure out what is missing and what needs to be changed somewhere around here in order to make this whole thing much better than what it is. Right now, it's not the greatest thing. Um, and so I think about the thing, and then I figure out, well, it needs more details. It needs more display, more information, the ability to go into the radicals that is linked to the kanjis in question, that you can navigate through them. And then when you are in the radical itself, you can just say, okay, cool. So I see this. I know that it's also used in the chair kanji. So let me look at the chair kanji so that I can see how it's built and so on. What are the references? And I have that understanding because I'm flowing by using the app that I'm building. And then I'm going in cursor and say I need to fix this thing because I got stuck. Something was not right. Something felt off. Something was like taking a half a second too long to just get the content. The main issue that I have, look very closely. I'm gonna click the plus. Everything is fine. The database loaded. I have everything that I needed to have. If I do this and then I enter the manual entry, everything is good. If I go back, there is a flash split second, which I don't even think you could see that on stream. But there is a flash split second of the database not being loaded. That makes no sense. It was loaded a second ago. Why is it not loaded when I'm just going back? So that is the type of thing that I'm gonna go in cursor and try to fix and try to figure out what was the issue with that specific like flow and so on. So I'm sometimes getting in the flow of creation, but it's not cursor, it's not like an ID, it's just my brain. um like because I need this thing to be as good as it can be in order for me to be like, cool, I have made something that I'm proud of, that I'm happy with, that I use every day, that makes sense and will make sense for other people as well. And therefore I'm okay with it. And so having that ability to just navigate throughout things, this is the thing that I need to test. So I'm gonna not test that today. Oh, you know what? Let's test that today. Um, it was great. That's all I'm gonna say for today. I know that in some cases, when I'm adding stuff right here, this page feels kind of forced, and there is a lot of data that you need to fill, and it's not necessarily the best option. And then I also know that sometimes when I save, it crashes the app. Currently, it's not the case, so we good. But now you could see for a split second, I had no perfume recommended, and then it gave me the recommendation, fanned out the cards, and so on. All of these micro interactions came in because I was in the flow of creation, and I said, in order to make this thing better, I need that animation. In order to make this behavior better, I need that transition, or I need things to slide in a very specific way, and so on. But no, I'm not getting the creative flows when I'm within Cursor, mainly for me as someone that has a very hard time with letters and words, dyslexic and so on, not being the easiest thing to read, um, is it's way easier for me to be creative within a visual environment. But the environment in which I am the most right now is a code-based environment, in which case I don't really have that creativity, or at least not as much as before. So that's the thing. Um, and Story, I don't know what the CSP rule is, but I agree with your statement. I don't think every people in every department of every companies are the brightest at what they do. Like I don't think um, there will be. I mean, there will always be some people that have been hired, and I don't understand why they have been hired in any companies. Um, Me included, by the way. Like there will be a time where I don't understand why a company hired me. For sure, it happened before, and I'm like, well, they hired me, so good. But why? I don't know. But yeah, other than that, um, the AI current state and the way that you're seeing it through Twitter and through everything that is in there, and the fact that designers, I mean, designers, not necessarily designers, but like mostly the people that are on the internet talking about AI are not the people that are using AI for the benefits of others. It's really rare. There are some people that do that, but most of them don't. And you can find some of them that are doing things pretty well and explaining things and making sure that the creations they're making is making the world a better place. But it's usually not. Let's stay there. It's usually not the thing that you will see most of the time. You will see people that are saying that the designers are cooked, that the graphic designers is not needed things, and um, yeah, everyone that is trying to sell you something, and the thing that they are presenting is shit, but they are trying to sell you something. There is one guy that I have on my TikTok feed that is just talking about AI all the time. And what he does is he has his website that slides in the video after the first 5 seconds. So basically, the screening ATS thing doesn't really capture it in the first run. So it passes as a text, like a caption, but it slides in. And this is a thing that he is selling because he was frustrated that the UK government was providing uh, a free website to learn how to use AI that is basically a list of links that send you to other places. So he just rebuilt the thing and then tried to sell you a course instead of just giving you access to the free thing that is accessible everywhere. I've seen so many people that are just like um, basically using AI as a magnet to attract people and then sell you something. I mean, that's the main issue for me. The main difference when you see something like um and also that's gonna sound bad, but that person, um they are not trying to sell you something. They are trying to make everyone else's lives better by providing resources and tech and stuff in order to run AI on your own devices without having to pay for cloud computing and so on. And so they've been doing that. They've been making sure that they are creating their own models and training things properly so that it works and so on. And in order to do that and to potentially provide some resource and so on, they made themselves like a very AI generated landing page for donations so that if they reach 100K, then they will reach like a very specific amount of computing power that would help them for what they are trying to achieve. This person specifically in the realm of AI is one of the few that is trying to make the rest of the world a better place by simply providing the resources and the information so that you as a whole is better educated to understand what is happening. And since I've been seeing them on my feed, I notice as always that if I don't follow them, I see them more. So that's just a me thing. I've been implementing local AI models on my computer, trying to code with them if that's possible, doing basically all the things in a way that it is like off cloud so that it's just beneficial for me financially speaking. So that is one person that is doing something for the rest of the people, not just for selling something. The one in question that I have in my head, which I'm probably not gonna find here, but I'm gonna have a lot of Tokyo stuff because the feed hasn't reset it yet. I know that I don't like their posts, so that's very much complicated things to find on the feed nonetheless. But like this one, for example, is very to me is very much a using AI to sell you something. What they have created is pretty interesting, but it's a fucking invoice creator. Like, if you use Stripe to bill your clients, you get the exact same thing. Like, there's no real benefit on using them instead of using Stripe directly. And based on the layout and how it's showcased, I have doubt that it's not just a wrapper for Stripe invoice as a system. And I'm like, well, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I feel like it might not be beneficial for everyone, specifically when there is no like free tier, there is no thing where you can just test it out. I mean, you have the 14 days, but that's it. And I don't know. There's something about it that's kind of yucky to me. Why? yeah, there's so many. I mean, so many of them that I'm seeing that are just like popping off, uh, like cats. I think one of them that we talked about on Monday is very similar, which is the is it what can I run? Yeah. What can I run is a very interesting one as well. I do like it for the sake of, just the concept and what it is. But from what I can see, and again, this is just me and my pattern recognition and stuff. If I'm here and I check what I can run on my machine, the only thing that this website is doing is repackaging what is currently here. Like that's basically the thing. So you go into the database, it goes through the settings for you with a simpler setup. And obviously, this is something that is AI generated. You can tell. If you can't tell, I'm sorry, but you can tell. And it doesn't bring anything. But what it does is the person that has posted this thing got a lot of views on their own profile for basically posting that on the day that one of the models got released. So they probably had the ID in the morning, spit out that in an hour, and then try to sell you something on their end, like something around their own company or their own stuff and so on. But because this thing has got so many or so much traction, it kind of works. So I'm not against that. I think this is a good thing, but this is a way of using AI for everyone compared to the other one, the re-money from earlier, that it's just like kind of weird. So yeah. Yeah, you probably have seen Recordly, right? Probably have seen this one about yesterday. You probably have seen Open Screen as well, somewhere around the line of, sorry, right here. That's a different Open Screen. But yeah, this one popped in about 2 days ago on the radar of everyone, and it's just fake. I love how they say that as if Screen Studio is $29 a month. Which is true, but it's also false. It's $9 a month because you don't buy a screen recording tool for 1 month. You don't. I'm gonna tell you that you do not. You buy a screen recording tool or screen capture tool because you take so much screen caps that you need something that is better than the regular default system one. And therefore you do your research, you find the one that is the best for you. And then you just basically buy them. And if they had like a lifetime thing for, I don't know, $250, I think I would probably get it. Because it's just like, it's much better than the rest. But it's $9 a month. It's not like $29 a month. No one in their right minds for screen recording would pay $29 a month. Like the only people that would do that is the people that just want to check it out. But that's crazy. Like, you can check it out for 1 year, and then if after the year you can't do that, then you're good. But goddamn. Anyways, so I've seen so many of them pop in. OpenCode is another one. Recordly, Cap is another one. Um, um, I missed the letter. Yeah, this one is another one. There is one from Design Code, the creator of Design Code, which you probably know, which they have great website. The creator of this, which is probably somewhere around here or somewhere else, I don't know, where we have the about section. Nonetheless, they have created a version of it when was this? Basically when Claude started to become more popular about 2.5 years ago. They decided to recreate like a Screen Studio alternative, and then they released it, and they made it paid. And it's like so first of all, they made the screen recording paid. At the same time, they created a course to show you how to create your own. And you need to buy the course in order to create your own by following their steps. And within the course itself is just ask Claude to build it for you. And you paid like $50 for the course. I'm like, so that's the issue that I have with the people that are building or using AI to build things to then make you pay for stuff. Specifically when it's just like common sense. I mean, I'm all for taking advantage of people that have no brain power, but still, this one was a bit strong. But yeah, you will see like so many screen recorders. You will see so many subscription trackers. You've seen so many to-do list, as always. Like basically the to-do list that we used to be doing as code projects, first project out of school and so on, are now building to-do lists, are now building like screen recorders and so on through AI, because it's just like, it's an option. It's not that complicated. And it is a thing that is more complex, but the issue that I would have with that, for those of you who don't know me, you don't worry about it. For those of you who know me, you will laugh at this. The people that are building apps with AI and just AI have no skills. I have no skills. I have not a single skills when it comes to the code. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing the things and it works. And so by doing these things, as in budget trackers, subscription trackers, screen recorders, and so on, I'm building the things. I mean, AI building the thing for me, but I'm not like, I am not better as a dev as I was 2 years ago. I'm probably more versed in the words that I need to use, but that's about it. Like I had to figure out exactly how to prompt and talk to the AI models to say, well, this thing needs to be more on the left. And it turns out that this thing is supposed to be like called a sidebar, which is the same thing that we call it in design. But you know, like basically that's the type of thing. And saying that I needed to go through the backend and the understanding of how the backend is working and so and so to make sure that at the end of the day, it's good. So yeah, I don't know. Also, this These accounts, I don't know if this one is the case. I'm guessing it's probably the case. There is so many accounts on your feed that are just reposting others' design and others' AI generated stuff and don't credit the creators or credit the creators underneath the post, not like within the first post. And these are probably AI generated as well. Like, I think I saved either one of them. It's not there. I think I saved one on the here. Which was this one. And this will not speak to anyone. It's in Japanese. I get it. The voice, I know this voice model. I've worked with it. The design that is here is also a very AI generated thing. This is a 10-minute video, which I am guessing is a 10-minute video that is AI generated. Entirely AI generated from start to finish, with potentially some human interaction somewhere. But I see so many issues with like accessibility, readability, layout being exactly the same for basically everything, and so on, that I'm like, there are people that are just spitting out some AI content without really necessarily reading or checking if the data is right. And that's kind of sad. There is this other guy that we're using every time, which is Cody, which the entire channel is an AI generated channel, but they are still doing things within the videos. So for videos like this one, which is a 2 minutes video, all of this, they had to write it, or at least AI had to write it for them. And then they just showcase things with very, very basic arrows to showcase where they are talking and so on. In the past, in some of their initial videos, including the one that I used for Perfume to have this card swipe thing, they used to have a lot more animation, being the highlighting of the code that they were currently talking about and so on. This was obviously made by hand, because at that time an AI wouldn't have been able to do so. But they have become more lazy, and the voice model that they're using is cheaper than the one that they were using here, which is kind of sad. And the quality of the video is really lower than the quality of the video here. And it's kind of sad, because that one, with that voice model and that level of explanation and the content that they were showcasing, was really good and good enough that I could follow through and do it for my own app. But this isn't a channel that is fully AI generated. And I'm not saying this as a this is wrong or this is good or bad or whatever. It's just like, going back to your question of, do you think that we are going to go away and there will be no graphic design and so on? No, I just think that some people will use the tools in different ways, and that overall, the people that are creative, aka the graphic designers and the designers in general, will find ways to be creative with the new tools. But we are not necessarily going away. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, because everything right now is AI generated, the courses, the blog posts, the tweets, the Instagram reels, everything is AI generated. And that is AI generated, trained on previous data, And the people that are currently being creative and being creator of content are making the conscious choice most of the time to be behind a bit of a paywall so that AI cannot access it. The AI cannot train on the new stuff, and there is a high probability that there will be a time where AI is not as good as it is now. Like right now, it is as good as it is because it is still up to date-ish to create stuff that are still relevant in this current era of the internet. But as I have mentioned before, I don't think we will have websites in the next 10 years. I think there will be something a bit different. The same way that I don't think we will have smartphones in the next 10 years, 10 to 20 years. There will be something that will replace it, based on the fact that smartphones didn't really exist 20 years ago. So, like the speed of which things are going, we will see change in tools, change in practices, change in behavior and environment really, really fast. And designers need to adapt, kind of. Not necessarily, but kind of. And figure out what they can do with the new tools to not be left out. But that also, like, from a me point of view, the fact that I haven't really designed anything in a design tool in the past 2 years makes me, like, when I'm looking for a job right now, I don't know what I'm like. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know if I am a designer or if I am a project manager or if I am, something else. So it's kind of it's a weird situation right now, and I'm just like, well, I don't fucking know. Anyways, I don't know what that GOST is. Maybe, but I don't know what that acronym is. That's pretty cool, Chris. Perfume has passed the 1,000 users 2 weeks ago. Can is on the reaching 3,500 users. The ban is at 122, I think, with, I think, full paying still. Nothing else. Yeah, 122 full paying. Two of them are yearly payments, which is cool. That's just $60 in total. So we like it, It's nice to have. Ben has been getting some stuff which you haven't seen. We now have a TUI theme that is kind of broken, but it's kind of good. And lately we have a Game Boy / retro style things. So yeah. Jessica, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? I saw your name pop in. These are kind of fun. These are nice. I like this one a lot, obviously. And then the dots make sense. So we like this. We like this as of right now. Magician toured a lot with Petrificator. Oh, it's just Ghost, but Ghost without the H. I like both. I like Ghost. That one. And then Ghost. This one. I don't know. But apparently he did. So that's interesting. I didn't know. Maybe I heard some stuff. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna say something that is fun to me, not to the dead people. I mean, it depends on how the dead are, but nonetheless, dead at 46 means that midlife was 23. So middle-aged man at 23. Goddamn. When I'm telling you my back hurts, probably the reason. Probably was a middle-aged man at 25. But yeah, no, there is love inside of band for a lot of things, but there is a ton of shit that I can't do, and that pisses me off. So going back to the question of do you go into the creative flow within cursor and so on? Nah, I can't. And again, this is because I don't have the skills, and I'm lacking the information. I don't know how the thing is supposed to be working, and therefore, when I'm trying to figure it out, I just don't know what to say or what to do. I just know that this thing is not working as it should be because I have a feeling as a designer that something is wrong. What is it? I don't fucking know. That's the that's the usual situation. Um, but yeah. Yeah, and I think Frosky's, I think I do know um Ghost, and I probably have heard a lot with if you say like Perturbators and the others. I probably know, but I don't know names. And the main issue is that I am forced to use this record, Aim to Head, is the only good enough sound for me in terms of that type of music that is energetic, that is kind of like dark wave, metal E that exists, that is copyright free, uh, that I can use on like on Twitch, on YouTube, and not have a copyright strike after the fact. So that's um, that's the reason. I would love to play like everything else. I would love to be like Stony and play whatever the fuck I want. That would be a highly appreciated thing to do, but I just can't. Like this is not a viable thing for reasons, security reasons and so on. So yeah, that was for Dapshi. That's a long time ago. Um, but yeah, the thing that I have the most issue with is not that it's a trial and error thing where you need to test something, come back, test something, come back. It's mostly I try to express myself in order to make myself clear, and I can't. And it's not even like trial and error. It's just I don't know. And I don't know how I can know, which is the worst part. If I knew, like, let's say, I don't know, let's say I'm trying to speak about woodworking. I know where to go. I know what to do. I know what to search at a minimum as a basic term to figure out where I need to go to figure out the terms of woodworking and be able to communicate with a woodworker. But for code, most of the times, the type of shit that I'm stuck on is things that I don't understand, and the way that I'm abstracting it in my head is going to be this thing in design that is related to print, that is related to this thing that is in my head that is kind of tied to mechanic, but not really, that I talked about with my sister 6 years ago, is making me think about that thing and the way that this thing is supposed to work, but I can't explain it. That is going to be kind of complicated for the LLM to understand. So that's the issue. If I had like the understanding and the words and the thing, then it would be easier. But it's just my brain is such a weird thing that yeah, it's not gonna help. It's not gonna help. Um, Other than that, it's good. Other than that, it's pretty good. Um, Going back to what I was about to say earlier about that person that did like a course for creating your screen recorder with AI. I have a thing which if you've been here before, you probably heard me say that. I don't understand why I need to get paid for something that I learned for free and that is accessible for free somewhere. Like I don't understand. This is something that has never made any fucking sense. And if I can give you the link for you to learn the thing that I learned for free, I will do so. But and most people, and that's the thing that I don't understand, most people that I've seen is like, oh, I've seen this thing that is free, and I'm going to create a course that is exactly word for word the entirety of the thing that is accessible for free. And I'm going to make you pay for it, even though it's absolutely free somewhere. And the person that has found the thing that created the course has found the free stuff and used that. So, yeah. I don't know that person, and I don't know which course in question you're talking about. So I don't know. But yeah, that thing is kind of complicated for me to understand and just like be okay with. I don't know. It feels weird. Oh yeah, no, I hate it. I have so much beef with that. Um, let me explain what I hate about that person specifically. They have a very successful YouTube channel about Framer, and that makes a lot of sense, right? And that's cool. I'm really happy for them and so on. What if I just scroll down a bit and that fucking picture, goddamn. This is coming from someone else's design. This is someone else's design that they have found on Twitter, and they said, oh, let me just recreate that in Framer. And then they recreate it in Framer, and they put it in the course, or they put it in the free resources that they have. And the more you look at whatever, as in this, for example, this is Dia. This is the Dia bottom footer animation. And I don't know if it still works, to be honest. At this point, I haven't been there in a while. It still works. And there is no credits, there is no anything about where it's coming from. And then there is the original on the second tweet. But everything that they are doing is stolen work. And I hate that. Like, you have the original website that is here, that probably has taken a ton of time to figure out how to create all of that. And then just because they can, they just get in, recreate it in Framer, and say, that's cool. You can get my course now. So I'm like, I don't like that. And I don't trust stolen work as proof of work. I understand doing this as a, as a test to make sure that it is feasible and so on. But everything that they have created, like this is James that has done that. This is Source that has done that. This is one of the initial designs from, I forgot who did that, but this is something from 2022, roughly. And it's like everything they have created is just a copy of something that already existed, that they are basically passing from or as their own content. And I just hate that. I feel like this is so wrong. So wrong. And the reason why I'm saying they are passing it as their own is because the way that Twitter is displaying tweets in the feed, you usually don't have the second one. Right now, because I'm on their feed, I see the second one, but from like most of the times, you don't see, like you don't have the credits. They don't credit anything in the first tweet, and I'm like, it's just like it's that easy to just put that up there. You have enough space. Like this is not 240 characters. I've written 240 characters. Like it. So yeah. Other than that, I think they are pretty good at their tools, and they are pretty good at their video creation, and they have achieved what a lot of designers would love to have achieved. But again, it's going back to the you can't be a billionaire without working on other people. And right now they are just working on every other creative. Like they don't, in my eyes, and that's probably just a me thing, but they have no original IDs. They had an ID once of recreating something in Framer. They talked about it on Twitter. It blew up. They created a YouTube channel about recreating things in Framer. And now they are popular and wealthy because they could do that. I also hate the fact that they have moved to Dubai for taxes reasons. Like, in my eyes, anyone that moved to Dubai for taxes reasons should just die. Like, I mean, no. Like, you live in one country that is your country or whatever country you are in, and you pay your taxes, you do your stuff. But yeah. Anyways, I just don't like that. I don't like that. It's just like stolen content. That's kind of sad. Like the Lando Norris website, which is the original, that people were like, oh, that's a crazy website. I don't know how they did this thing. And any designer was like, well, this is probably just a Unicorn Studio thing, because this will take like 5 seconds in Unicorn Studio, maybe 15. And then after that, this one was created. And I'm like, well, really? Where's your ID? Where's your creativity? Where are the things that you are building from, like your own understanding of design? So I don't know. I have some issues with that. But yeah. Anyways, moving back to this thing, because we haven't finished this. I think you need some more rounded corners, cross keys on that thing. probably more pink and red and so on to get like a more interesting design pattern. Like this is so cool. I'm not. That's crazy. I'm not saying that just, you know, just because, but kind of. I could soften it. Yeah, that's gonna be. I can see that happen. I could see that happen. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. It's just like the drop shadow, the black drop shadow, inner shadow things that is like not that black, but still, um, is a lot more detailed than what it needs to be specifically on the lightnings. I feel like the lightnings could be separated elements to have them like less raised than the content that we have here. Yeah. Damn, that slaps. Yeah. Wouldn't that slap at the top of the website? God damn. just right there as a nicely done effect. No, it is very much low contrast. Not a tad. It is very, very low contrast. I don't think we can round it up enough. And still have the effect that we want to have. Also, on stream, it's a bit lighter than how it is in reality, at least from my point of view, from my screen. Getting the texture through. Ha! Right now, there is like something that could also be added, being some drop shadows at the top. So bottom shadows right here, something like a 6% opacity and probably like a 2 in blur even. yeah, 2 or 1 blur just to have like a bit of a fall off at the bottom, and then you just duplicate it and you create an inverted -2 and that in white. So it's just more bleed at the top for the highlights. Yeah. It could be great. It could be great. The issue that I will have with this is that you will have so many things that you could do as logo, as layout, as whatever that is becoming German because of the fucking lightnings. That's so sad. Nonetheless, in here, I do think that, as I said, it's working. You have the right layout, you have the right thing for a news page, and most people will recognize this as a news page, which is fine. But the the reading experience is going to be very bad because you don't have things on the side that you are expecting from a news page. Um, but overall, it's working. Images are well placed. Call to action in the center makes sense. Next article makes sense. All of that is fine. It's just very common design, which is fine. But you will, I mean, you, client, will not stand out. Will never be a very much better news source that people are like, oh yeah, I go there because their website is better or something. But they probably will go there because the news in question is more aligned with their views, and that's all that we need, you know? Um, I don't think. Hmm. As a news organization and journalistic organization, you don't necessarily have the needs for uh like standing out. Also, Sarah on YouTube, welcome on it. I hope you're good. Um the I think what will make you stand out as a news organization is probably going to be the quality of the news that you are reporting on. So if you are not really reporting on anything, or at least the thing that you're reporting on is not really aligned with my views as the reader, or it doesn't make me think, or whatever, then I will have a bit of an issue with coming back. Like there are stuff in there that I like, well, if you're, I don't know, if you like grass, but not dirt, meh, maybe, maybe no, maybe not my kind of stuff. So, but that's the only thing. Uh, like I don't think you need to stand out. I think the nature of the news will stand out for the right audience and the right people. Um, and yeah, that is not gonna be there. I don't think I will. Dang. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Uh, um, Yeah. Who the fuck? Also, these are so much ads. Everything that is gray is an ad. Um, yeah. The same thing. I mean, the layout is the same, by the way. It's the same ID, it's the same content, same thing. They just have like a ton more ads and that shit ass please pay us situation, which shouldn't exist. But god damn, how is this thing not there? That's crazy. Holy hell. I'm guessing these are not ads, but if they are ads, who the fuck is reading these? That's crazy.
Burning.
That's crazy.
Burning.
I'm gonna close that, Daddy. Hi, what calling? Yes, please ask. Show and get suggestion at the same time? Because of the last, because every local paper they could get their hands on. I see. I see. That's so sad. That is so sad. Is it showable on stream, Danny, on this one? Gonna open that in the browser so that I can zoom in on the details. Look at this grain. So, we're switching to full AI, and I need to do a setting page of AI where people are able to upload their shit and give context to AI. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna answer that question. Alright. So, you're saying it seems like our users don't have much to upload anyway. Event files are all over the place. They could upload contacts, contracts, so the agents negotiate based on past artifacts. But gathering all the contracts as a user is a mess. I don't think you. Hmm. When you say all the contracts, I need some clarification here. Is it like planned contract, or is it whatever contracts from whatever clients that they used to have that is not with your company, um, or is it something else? Um, so it's basically their contracts that they used to have with other companies and other things that is now moving to you, and you want to help them set up um, everything faster. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is more complex. Um, I don't think so. um, yeah, no, valuable infos are gonna be on Gmail, basically, right? Yes, me too. Look at it. Full screen-ish. There. Uh, so everything happens by emails or phone. So you need to get access to their email and then let them trust you enough so that you can crawl the entire email and then say, we found X amount of emails that contains the word venue or event or something, and then I'll check that out and then extract whatever, which is absolutely not a good idea. If the things are like contracts are managed and negotiated by phone, this is not absolutely um, or absolutely not retrievable anyway. So that's not gonna be a thing. And yes, this is a uh, Denny design. Yes, yes it is. Yes it is. Is that high fidelity? Is that different than this one? Aren't they both the same? I think it's a good thing, uh, because it shows that Denny has a style of design, and therefore you end up with something that is recognizable. Damn, that's a bit of a different thing. Um, you need to change that font right away. uh, I I'm gonna repeat myself every fucking time. This is not a you thing. Don't worry about it. Um, a report is a report. An AI report is a report that used AI. Telling someone that they can have access to the AI report makes absolutely no sense. You can just say generating the report and you're good. Right here, telling people that you are going to be using AI to do something that is as basics as understanding files, which is NLP, which is something that we use since 2013, 2010, makes no fucking sense. I understand for the sake of the stakeholders that you need to have the word AI within your marketing contents because, it sells. But for fuck's sake, there's no need to have AI everything. And people are fed up with AI everything. So if you stand out by just saying, oh, we are just aggregating content and analyzing your content through NLP, machine learning, people are like more willing to use the thing. Anyways, this is not related to you specifically, but it's just like the amount of fed up that people are about AI everything will backfire in most companies. And so if you stop, and you just say, every great event begins with a dream, we handle everything from here. Wow, that's the case. Your company, we, meaning the employees, the agents, the sales, the marketing teams, everyone is handling everything from there. No lie. No AI mentioned. And then the people that are going to use the thing are going to be like, how the fuck are you guys so fast? It's crazy. That's how it works. That is marketing. That is customer success services. Anyways, this is cute. That animation that you shared last time as well with the teeny tiny thing right here. This is really cute. I like this. I like that a lot. It's funny. But yeah, just change that to we handle everything from here. It's just like it sounds so much human and specifically for an event thing. Like it's just uh I know it's just me, but yeah, you could use that. You can use that. Though you need to sell that to your marketing team though, and your CEOs and so on. It's just like we are we are an event planner. This is the most human thing there is. Like it's as if you were saying, "Oh, we want our wedding to be planned by AI." Yeah, yeah. The AI is going to take care of who to invite, what to order for the food, um, and so on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just let the AI text your best friend for you. But yes, these are great. We've been talking about them for the past 2 days. I'm thinking about adding this one as a loading or loader for perfume because of the flowers and so on. But I don't have anything that loads in the app. Everything is just like so fast that yeah, we don't need this. But it's great. I like it. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that we need to figure this out. So you have to onboard the people with other people. Why are you flying? Um, give us like they need to give us the past events that they went to, the past planning that they went to. What else do we need from them in order to get the total understanding and that the system can understand um, the past event they planned? I feel like I need more details on how this thing is supposed to be happening. Negotiation happens by emails or phone. Yeah. One second, let me go back and check. You said um, the onboarding, they create the agent's name and aspect of the personality. And then you said it seems like our users don't have much to upload anyway. Event files are all over the place. They could upload contracts, so the agents negotiate based on past artifacts, but gathering old contracts as a user is a mess. Not really, but yeah. And then I need to do settings page for the AI where people are able to upload their shit and give context to the AI. Okay. Um I am gonna re step as always. Abdel, hi, welcome. How are you? Um, not welcome in. Welcome back. Sorry, you popped in. That's just great. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Um, I don't think you need any of that, Lenny. Yeah. I appreciate it. I know you said that you said hi earlier, basically when I started, and then now you're popping off, and I saw your name, and my brain just didn't connect the dots. My bad, my bad. Take care of yourself. um, I don't think you need any of the past data. I know. Wild. Specifically when your task is to get the past data. Um, I don't think you need any of the past data because the goal of the agent, based on what you just said, and I don't know if I have the full picture, and I don't think I do, but nonetheless, from what you said, the agent is going to take care of negotiating, finding event like venues and so on for me as the customer, and figure out where things are gonna be the best like appropriate for me, for my events, for my stuff. So as a user, I'm gonna come in and say I have an event in 2 months that needs to host X amount of people, and that is around this area. Figure it out. That's usually what's going to happen for the agent, and then the agent goes and does its things, and then comes back to the user with some information. The fact that 3 years ago I went to a very specific venue and it was like in a different part of the city that is absolutely not close to where I need to have this thing makes absolutely no difference. The fact that I negotiated something last time for 80K instead of 100 because I can charge makes no difference. It's just like today in 2 months I need a new venue. That's it. And then the only thing that I need from the agent is, or the agent should ask me, how many people do you need to be hosted in there? When is it? Do you need the catering and so on? What's your tone in the emails that I need to send? And that's about it. Like anything that is past data, no use. I mean, it makes um, it makes no difference because you already have everything. Like the custom model training makes absolutely no sense to me. Um, like I don't see what you would be able to train with 4 contracts and 3 email threads that the user is able to recover from their whatever inbox. So yeah, training an agent on 3 messages is not gonna give you any different output as if you just said do the thing. Like if I go into, I'm gonna go into DeepSeek because that's a good thing. If I provide a PDF of a past contract that I negotiated, or if I tell you how I negotiated a past contract, which one is providing the best information for you? And then if I need to negotiate new contracts for an event, would you use those data points to act in my name if you were tasked to do so? Or would you rather use your own negotiating tactics and behavior, following loose instructions? This is DeepSeek. So DeepSeek is more for a reasoning model for search for the internet. So I'm going to just do that here. And then here, I'm going to do the exact same thing on Claude and see what would happen there. So so for the data, they said that the PDF is significantly better because it provides a clean, no sensitive personal data links like SNS and so on. The story of how I would negotiate still is still useful for the understanding, but not necessarily like a good thing. So the PDF is a point for you. And then I would primarily use your past contracts data points to inform my own tactics. So basically just use them to that's the only thing that makes sense. Like if I pay more than average for the deposit in order to ensure that I have like the venue for sure. That's an interesting thing. Interesting. So based on what DeepSeek is saying is that it would rather have specific instructions and PDF. And then PDF wins on Claude, which is interesting. They want an in-between Mizzy. Hi, welcome on in. I knew it. I knew it. I'm not making it either. Don't worry about it. Yes, that's basically what I was saying. Okay, cool. So the the point that I was making is you give me your non-negotiables, your priorities ranked, your styles, preferences. Like if you want something to be like negotiated aggressively or collaboratively so that it works better. And all of that. And you pass contracts as context. I don't think the contracts helps in any way, shape, or form, but I get it. Um, but yeah, if you negotiated a parking discount for a specific price, the agent will try to get to that price now because they have preferred suppliers that they use over and over again to do for on rotation. They also have partnership with hotels chains. Yes, but that makes no sense. Okay, I'm missing some information, and it's fine. But yeah, I'm tired, Mizzy, as always, but that's the usual, so don't worry about it. We're currently helping Denny above you in chat for a bit of an AI related task for the creation of an AI agent. Um, like the giving the agent the I need a venue for X amount of people around this location, use uh, these partners that I already have, and that's my max budget. Try to make it lower than that is basically what I would say if I had to, find a venue for an event. The fact that both of the LLMs said if I have the past contracts, I can see and basically check against market value if you are overpaying, underpaying for the deposit for other things. This is data that I wouldn't say the user might know in advance. But then going back to what you just said, I have a very hard understanding about the usefulness of your company if you're telling me that the person that is trying to get a venue already has partnership with other suppliers, venues, and so on. Like, if I have to plan an event in that city and I find someone and I build a relationship with them 15 years ago, and then I have to do an event again in that same city and I come back to them 10 years ago, and then 8 years ago I have another event which is in the same city, what the fuck am I gonna do? Am I gonna try someone else? No. I'm gonna go back to that same person. And then tomorrow I need to do an event in that same city. Who the fuck am I gonna call? That same guy. Has no issues. So I I don't think that I would, if I'm someone that has the habits of planning venues and events and things, to use like a service, unless like the one that you have, unless my event this time is in a zone that is outside of my usual reach. Like I'm used to go into here, and here. I have my partners there, and there. I know the guys that provide the ice for the drinks. I know the guy that provides the drinks. I know the guy that has the venue, and they are all around here. That makes sense. But this event that client, sub client, is asking me to organize is 15, 20 kilometers outside of my regular range, and therefore I need to go do something. First instinct, I'm going to ask the guys that I know and say, do you know anyone there? Because that's like we've been businessing for the past, I don't know, 15 years. Probability of you knowing someone else that has a venue somewhere else higher than me. But that's the first thing. Second thing, if I am using a company that is supposed to find venues for me, figure it out. I mean, do your fucking job. I don't want to have to provide data to you for you to figure out the thing that I could have figured out myself. I mean, that's where my brain is right now. Obviously. Um, and so the job of AI is to figure out where in the location and the range and the budget and so on, uh, does planned has known partners, because you have a ton of partners that I don't know about. Like that's the benefit of you. Like you know so many more people than I do as a single person, right? The you have the network that I don't, and therefore I'm going through you to access your network, which means if Stony has some points apparently. If I say I have these are my business partners. That's not the case, but these are my business partners. Every green dot is a venue that we can go and we can uh, be in business with, depending on the range and so on. I have their calendars. I know stuff about them, and you tell me you have something like you need to plan an event around Ginza in about a month and a half. My system is like, okay, cool. So it's around Ginza in about a month and a half. What type of thing do you want? Oh, we want something that is roughly kind of lounge-y, clean, that can hold like, I don't know, 25 person. Okay, so this one is out, that's for sure. So we're gonna go somewhere around here. I would say based on our like calendar and knowledge base from our partners, we could reserve this one or potentially this one for the amount of people that you have. That's it. Like this is not even uh, an AI potential. Like this is filtering based on preference and request. So from my point of view, this doesn't really make any sense to say the AI needs to do the things. What to tell which traits, filters, exact suppliers you want is what we need. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go back to the same thing as usual because it makes sense and it works. Just send them a type form with the question you need. Like, how's your negotiating styles? What's your like what's your budget? Where does it needs to be? How many people do need to be there? And that's about it. It's just like send the fucking form and that's it. That's all you need. And maybe inside of this form at the end you have a file upload form. That just says, oh, have you negotiated with, or not even, do you have existing partners that you can just do that? But not really. That's the thing. We go back there. venues recommendations and proper partners list. And in the first contact, we have, and then like to operate on your own as an agent, to take care of any new and future venue / events needs I might have. We'll see. I don't think so. Right now, the thing that I'm doing right here also, which is really bad, but I'm not giving it the information that it has access to your database of existing partners, existing venues, known places, and so on, which is like the biggest thing. So, yeah. Past contracts, I think that's useless, but why not? Non-negotiables, which is basically what I need. Communication tones, that is for the emails or the voice things, and then your walk away conditions. If like walk away, everything that is like, oh yeah, this is not an option. This is like too far from transit or whatever. What kind of event, which is basically what you're saying. Typical audience sizes, your geographic scope, budget range, partners that I've worked with in the past, which is basically the past contracts, right? Extracted from the past contracts that could potentially be there. And then this is just a code project, which is nothing. So basically 3 questions or 3 steps in the form, the type form that I would send to any new users that just signed in of, cool, so what are you looking for? What type of venue are you looking for in general? You can select multiple. That's multi-choice, like multi-select questions, first questions. How many people in general? Like you can select range, you get the things, the geolock of where that thing is supposed to be happening. Still, we're still in the timeform stuff. And then how much budget do you have? Like as a regular things. Cool. That's the first step. Second step is going to be, are there things that will be non-negotiable? And then you can list them. You have a pre-filled list with multiple choice plus a free form field so that people can like enter by hand, which is basically this thing. And then, like, did you have partners in the past? If you have like past contracts, PDF things, whatever, please drop them here so that I have some information. Like that's the second phase. Third phase is going to be, how do you usually communicate? Like, do you have an email threads that I can read so that I get a bit of a feel of how you usually communicate, and what are the things that would make you walk away from a potential deal every time? Like, this is part 3 of the form, and that's it. And you send that to the user that just launched the app for the first time or joined the website for the first time. You have all the information you need. The agent can start working right away. And then, yeah, I mean, that's basically about it. So to me, it is so simple. Like, again, I'm gonna go back to the thing that I said because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me in this use case. But uh, if if I am deciding to use an agent, which is your company, and not the AI agent, an agent, which is your company, to figure out what venues are available in my range of stuff, right? That's your job, which is the job of the agent. I get it. But in order for you to figure it out right now, which you probably have done, but again, the person internally in your company that I would contact today, I mean, technically it's Friday, so no, but maybe you still have a bit of time this afternoon, um, is the sales people, the people that basically close the deals and say, what are the stuff that you are getting from the clients, potential prospect, and like hot leads that, you know, um, what do you get from them to provide them with a list of options in wherever. Same thing with this company, which is not going to work. Uh, with Hamlet, when I contact them, I say I need a flat. Like I don't even go there, but basically I need a flat in. Technically, I want to go to Osaka next, so I need a flat in Osaka that is probably from May 1st, and I want to stay for at least, I don't know, let's say 6 months or whatever. Let's say just November, just so that it's something. What does this thing is going to do? This thing is just going to say, um, God damn. Let me do a 1 month thing. Can I do 1 month thing? God damn. Let me do that instead. So let's say May 1st to May 31st. And I saw no properties. There were properties. Anyways, the salesperson, the sales rep that contacted me back after I sent the email, send me a list of like 5 options and say, we have this one, and this one. We have this one that is a bit outside of your budget, but it's right there. It's really useful. It's really nice and so on. You know, obviously salespeople, they want to make you pay more, but that's basically what they would do. And so if I said, oh, I want to be somewhere along the line of Shibuya because it makes a lot more sense for me, then this one is going to be the place where I have to be. Like I don't really have a choice. If my work is somewhere around here, that's it. If my work is somewhere around here, I'm probably going to go either here or there. And I'm going to be fine with it. So that's what the sales is going to do. And so it's just like, well, I need to be here because the venue is somewhere around here, or the event that needs to do the reception is roughly there. So I'm going to take the one that matches the best for you. And that's the salesperson saying, well, we have these 3 right there in your triangle things. This one is a bit more further on the outside of your preferred area, but it's closer to Shinjuku, so maybe that works for you. I don't fucking know. But that's what the sales would do based on the initial answers that I should fill because they send me a type form, basically. Like that is what they do. So you have defined a 4 pixel gap on the nav button, but by focus visible border makes it look like no gap. Yes. I feel like it's okay. Take a look at that, but I feel like it's probably okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. It would be better if it had like a bit more space, but it's fine. Like it's not based on the fact that I understand that this is probably going to be something that happens on click or on navigation through the D-pad and so on. I get it. I get it. Can you see if you've seen inspiration for the next DM? Still not sure what it's saying there. Yeah, no, that works. That works. It's the easiest thing. It's the second thing that I had in mind. The AI tone picker, which you probably have seen in. I'm gonna need to do that. God damn it. You probably have seen it as well. I should just get there. Like the in the new version of the camera, we have a new tone matrix thingy, which is the current state of what people are trying to create. That shit. That. You've seen that. And that is integrated into Figma slides as well for the tone of voice. And there is like plenty of options, plenty of websites that have recreated this thing for no, on Arc it's a bit of a different thing for the theme. This is not necessarily what we want to have. The tone matrix right here is roughly a thing that is like, do you want something that is warmer, a bit something that is more romantic, something that is more brighter, or something that is more like sepia-ish? So that's the tone for the pictures, but for the Figma slides, which are right there, I don't think I would have like, let's use that shit. And then I think, yeah, that shit. This was way faster. You have the ability to say, oh, I want this thing to be concise or expanded or casual or professional. And you just place yourself wherever you want to be. So maybe you want to be somewhere around here. You want a bit of a concise but professional thing. That's it. And you're done. So that's to me, that's the kind of vibe that I would see as a potential for your picker compared to what you currently have here, because that's like, that makes sense, but I'm combining these two pickers in one, basically. Where you just say, well, I want something that is like professional and concise. Done. Or I want something that is pretty concise but casual. Or I want to be like lengthy, and I just want to, explain stuff. That's the right now. This is the best option, and then you have this at the bottom, which is basically your second question right here. Like taste wise, what is it? And then you have like a picker of multiple things, and visually wise, in terms of how I think this should be presented, you should have it side by side based on the website layout. So you have this thing that is on the left side, and then this picker with all of your preferences underneath, which is currently called your taste. On the right side as a multi-grid with probably like 6 to 8 options that you can pick, and you're done. Like, I mean, to me, this is the easiest thing. Fastest option, faster thing to put in place in order to get like an AI tone of voice situation. But going back to what I said, the people that you need to contact right now in your company is the salespeople that are currently onboarding the current clients or potential clients that needs like that's just turned clients, and then you need to ensure that the question that they are asking are the question that you are asking, that the agent is going to ask the user as well. So again, Typeform, best option, very fast. You get that thing with the AI tone of voice afterwards, and you're done. And then basically what I would do, that's more of a me thing. I don't think that would work, but I would say trial run for each client. So basically, and you probably should do that, but basically what I think is the client comes in, fill the type form, the agent takes over, and before the agent send the email to the client saying, well, we have this, and that is open for that location and so on, you as the human, meaning the sales, just check to make sure that the agent is aligned with what was supposed to be said. So that's the first thing. But also, when you send that to the client, you ask them, like, how did we do? Is this like aligned with what you asked for? We are calibrating our systems. It's just like 2 lines in the mail. And it's like, well, we are just calibrating the system, so we're just making sure that it's like aligned with what you asked. Does it seem good? Yes, no, this is absolutely off. But you have the answer, you have the data, you can move on to the next client and say, well, okay, we need to refine the tone of voice. That seemed to be very much off for that client. So let's change that. And that's it. Like it's a trial and error on the agent side, and it should be fine. But it's like making sure that what the agent is providing is true to what the client asks is good, and making sure that the client is happy with what you are providing is also good. So chat with your sales, and then you'll figure out what to put inside of this thing based on what DeepSeek and Claude have said. Apparently, you need to get the PDF of past contract. Like, this seems to be something that they like, both agents, to figure out exactly how and what you've paid in the past. I don't know. It doesn't make any fucking sense in my head, but I get it. It's fine. But yeah, no, other than that, yeah. That section within the user settings as well, the first screen that you shared, that section within the user settings is a probably useful thing at the end of the day, so that they can kind of rough out some stuff and add some context and add some new contracts if they have new contracts and so on. Or, I don't know, say something like, I never use the word like. It's never the case, but that's a thing that the person could say so that the LLM doesn't generate an email that contains the word like, so it doesn't sound like him if there is like the like inside. So could happen, but yeah. Other than that, I think you're good. I think you have everything. It's just like it's again, again. Um, if I have a business and I'm providing venues and I have contacts with other people that have venues, the probability of me going to you close to zero. If I'm an agency, marketing, team builder, HR person that just has been assigned the fact that I need to take care of the venue this time and I need to find a way to do it, and you pop up on my research, I'm probably going to go there. In which case, I don't have any contracts. I don't have any past client things. I don't have any fucking ID of how to do the job. All I know is I need a fucking venue for a month from now. That's all I know. And you need to take care of it. Because that's the job that I'm paying you for. So that's I think the person that already has venues and friends and things, probability for them to use the service is gonna be the venues in which I'm used to go are not available right now. The
She
place
is now
where I want to
following.
go is further out than what I know, or I'm just curious. What is in your what's in your network? Like that's the thing. But yeah. UMT, she. What called? How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. So yeah, that's the thing. I have a very hard time and a very limited amount of understanding of what Plan is doing. So obviously, I'm making mistake in my reasoning, but if I know a guy that has a venue and the venue is close to where I want people to be, I'm gonna go there. If it's a friend, I'm gonna go there. If it's someone that I talked to twice and I've been to that venue before and I have their number, I'm gonna go there. Like to me, it's just what is the easiest for you? What is the easiest for the clients? What is the path of lowest resistance? And it's just like, well, I know that person. Cool. Let's go there. I don't know anyone where I need to have the venue happen. So let's find an organism that has a network, and you come in. But again, remove the word AI from the thing. The thing. It's just like we handle everything from here is such a powerful sentence. Like it's just like, oh, you give us what you need, and we handle everything. Not our AI agent is gonna handle everything for you. Fuck off. Like that is the reaction that some people have right now toward AI and stuff. So maybe remove the words. It's fine. But Typeform is gonna be good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. What the fuck am I still doing live at this time of day? This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. Who knew? Oh my god. Oh yeah. For sure. Sure, we've seen them in very much different places. So we can go there. We can go there for sure. For sure. No, it was fine. It was fine. God damn. As always, thanks so much for being here. Highly appreciate it. I have no plans for anything because I don't celebrate any religious related event usually, unless I'm forced to do so. So I'm just gonna eat some chocolate and cakes and the same thing as usual. Anyways, if you have a question and I'm not live, as always, join the Discord so that you can ask the question where I am. If you have a lot of perfumes and a collection and so on, please use perfume. If you have a lots of links to share with the world, use ban. And if you are learning Japanese, use can. It makes sense. It makes sense. Makes sense. I changed the number. Can you believe that? I did change the number. Nonetheless, I'll be back potentially on Monday. I'll see. Maybe it's an unsure thing. Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I don't come back. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something. Drink something. Be kind to each other. I'll see you next time. Stony, you won. Congrats. But yeah, take care of yourself. And I'll see you soon. Bye.